Wow. All right, Mzansi, we are live and alive once again. Welcome to another exciting episode of the Vooka Breakfast Show, where we say we start with an energetic, start, and then accompanied by that daily dose of positivity is what we are meaning to give you on this beautiful Friday. Of course, we ticked off Monday, we ticked off Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and yes, it is a Friday. Friday mode is about to be activated, heading to the weekend. And as we spoke about last week, that July is a movement. So far, how has been your July and how has been your winter holidays? My name is Moketi Maimane and I'm happy to be with you here. And if you want to connect with us throughout our social media platforms, right now we are live on YouTube. So we are Vooka Breakfast Show on each and every social media platform. Wherever you go, just search the Vooka Breakfast Show and then you'll see us popping up there. Just like our post and comment down below and tell us what you think. And if you're someone who is doing something, you're an artist or you're in a different field that you want to teach people, this is the platform for you. Do make sure that you reach out to us and you can call us or send us your message on 060-493-3226, 060-493-3226. And you know what we do each and every morning? We enhance and help you to improve your bucket list with what we call picture of the day. You're seeing pictures right here behind me and you're asking yourself, where is that place and where can I go? Because it's still holidays, school kids are closed, and these are the places that you can travel with your kids, right? So on today, you're asking yourself, where is that place? That place is called the Donkin Reserve in Gqeberha, formerly Port Elizabeth. It is a historic and cultural landmark that blends memory, art, and panoramic views. Established in 1820 by Sir Ruthven Donkin in honor of his late wife Elizabeth, it features a striking stone pyramid inscribed with a heartfelt tribute and a lighthouse built in 1861. The site forms part of Route 67, a public art trail celebrating Nelson Mandela's 67 years of service, with sculptures and mosaics that reflect South Africa's journey to democracy. Overlooking Algoa Bay, the reserve is not just a scenic viewpoint, it's a symbol of love, legacy, and liberation. If you are ever in Gqeberha, it's a must visit for history buffs, art lovers, and anyone seeking a deeper connection to the Eastern Cape soul. So, you know what's wild? There's a pyramid right in the middle of Gqeberha. Yep, that is the Donkin Reserve. Romance, history, and art all rolled into one space. I mean, Sir Donkin built that pyramid for his wife. That's love on another level. And also, don't forget Route 67, sculptures, mosaics, and the Mandela vibes everywhere. It's like walking through a gallery of South Africa's heart and hustle. Plus, the view of Algoa Bay, absolutely stunning. Perfect for selfies and some deep reflection of what you're going through. If you're in Gqeberha and you haven't visited the Donkin Reserve yet, what are you even doing, man? Go check it out. And you can also check out a very affordable trip to the venue with Topical shuttle services, where they will help you to get there without any of the problems. We know that each and every time when we travel with our friends, we want those experiences of having transport that is reliable and easily accessible. So this is Topical shuttle service. Check this out.
Escape the ordinary and discover the extraordinary with Swellappeal Tours. Whether you're a group of friends or a family looking for a memorable getaway, Swellappeal Tours has you covered. Our all-inclusive tours take you to South Africa's most stunning destinations, from the scenic beauty of Mpumalanga to the vibrant life of Gauteng and the coastal charm of Durban.
All right, I hope that was helpful enough. Now let's get you updated with your latest news and sports headlines. On your first headline, Joburg Clinic reportedly denies treatment to foreign patients. A Rosettenville clinic is accused of turning away foreign nationals, though management denies this. Some claim they've waited since Monday without help. Community members allegedly blocked undocumented foreigners, including pregnant women, from receiving care. In KwaZulu-Natal, report says Somalians and Ethiopians were shot by police after allegedly attacking a march member and demanding free health care. The Department of Health condemned the violence, stating no one may deny others access to health care. While illegal entry is discouraged, spokesperson Foster Mohale emphasized that only lawful authorities may act and no one should take the law into their own hands. Now, heading over to the next headline. On the set news, David Mabuza, ex-deputy president, dies at 64. Former deputy president David Mabuza passed away on Thursday at 64. He served as a deputy president from 2018 to 2023 and was Mpumalanga premier from 2009 to 2018. A trained teacher, Mabuza began his political journey in the Black Consciousness movement and later joined Teachers Union. He chaired SATU, a COSATU affiliate from 1988 to 1991. On the next headline, SAHRC alarmed over denial of health care to foreigners. A new wave of xenophobia is emerging around access to public health care, with reports of foreign nationals being turned away from clinics and hospitals. The South African Human Rights Commission has raised concerns, stating that such actions violate the Constitution, which guarantees health care rights to all individuals within the country's borders. That's all for your news headlines. Now heading over to your sports news, starting off with rugby news. Henry Pollard and Bongi Mbonambi expecting a fiery Italians at Loftus. Springboks stars Henry Pollard and Bongi Mbonambi warned against underestimating Italy ahead of Saturday's Castle Lager incoming series test in Pretoria. Despite Italy number 10 world ranking, both praised their evolving style, physically and passion under coach Gonzalo Guaceda. Pollard, back at Loftus Versfeld, emphasized the high standard and squad depth, while Mbonambi highlighted Italy's strong Six Nations pack. The Box is expected for a full throttle 80-minute battle, aimed to start their season with intensity. Now heading over to your football news. Another sad news for football fans as Liverpool forward Jota dies in a car crash. Portugal forward Diogo Jota and his brother Andre Silva tragically died in a car crash in Zamora, Spain, after a tire blowout caused their Lamborghini to veer off the road and catch fire. Jota had recently married and was a father of 3. He scored 65 goals for Liverpool, winning multiple trophies and earned 49 caps for Portugal. Andre played for Penalty fell in Portugal's second tier. Tributes poured in from clubs, officials and fans. Yesterday, UEFA did a minute's silence before Portugal's Women Euro match. On the next headline, Bayern Munich winger sees up European champions PSG in a qualification build-up. Bayern Munich Serge Gnabry acknowledged PSG's status as favorite ahead of their Club World Cup quarter-final clash in Atlanta, citing their Champions League win. However, he expressed confidence in Bayern's form and Vincent Kompany's tactic, especially after their 4-2 win over Flamengo. PSG also impressed with a 4-0 victory over Inter Miami. Gnabry praised PSG's quality but believes Bayern can match them, calling it an exciting showdown between two elite sides. That is all for now. Stay tuned for more sports and news updates throughout the show. Don't forget to share your thoughts on these headlines with us on social media using the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show and send us your voice note on 060-493-3226. Now, let's get you safer with your latest traffic update. Starting off with the first update, there's a stationary vehicle on N1 South after Diepkloof interchange. 2 left lanes are closed, so expected delays. A crash on the N3 South at Germiston interchange has the right lane closed. Please drive carefully. Another crash on the N1 South just after Winnie Mandela Drive. The left lane is closed, so take it easy out there. That is all for your traffic update. If you happen to be on the road and you want to share your traffic update with us, please do make sure by using the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show and hashtag Vooka Traffic. And also, you can send us your traffic update on 060-493-3226. That's 060-493-3226. Now, let's get over with our daily dose of positivity. I just hope that you're ready for this beautiful Friday mode as it's about to be activated right here. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hey family.
Hi.
My name is Tisiga Mazbugo Shabalala.
My name is Muketi Maimane.
My name is Musi Miss.
My name is Ketue Ketumguni
On the Vooka
Breakfast Show.
Every weekdays from 7 a.m.
to 10 a.m.
This is where we are going to have our topical discussion featuring various aspects from different fields.
We're going to take care of you and it's going to be amazing, man. Right now I'm on the set of the Vooka Breakfast Show brought to you by the Blink-On Network.
Do not forget to subscribe.
That's Vooka Breakfast Show on Facebook and all other social media platforms.
Vooka.
See you there.
This is Ted, the Wild Irish Comedian. You're watching Vooka Breakfast Show. Tune in every morning, Monday to Friday. Well, yeah, some people also made me. Yes.
Wow.
20 minutes past 7, it is the time, and you're still watching the Vooka Breakfast Show with me, Muketi Maimane. And yes, of course, man, if anyone has never told you, it is a Friday, right? Friday mode is about to be activated with those thought-provoking conversation and, of course, updates that are going on in around the world. So all I want you to do is you need to stick with us until the end of the show. Yes, I know that we haven't been live with you for quite some time, but don't worry. We always make sure that we make a plan for you so that you can get that daily dose of positivity that you need. Of course, man, it is the 4th of July. Right, 4th of July, and we're still in it. Last month it was June, and on Tuesday, I think it was the 2nd of July. On Tuesday was regarded as the month, not the month, but the day that marks the middle of the year. And they said we are the furthest from 2000, and we are now near 2050. On the 2nd of July, that marked the half of the year, right? So that is what we are heading into. And if, of course, you are out there doing your things, you just need to make sure that whatever moments that you're having and you want to share them with us, this is the time to do that. It's never too late. It's never too late. And so far, what has been, your highlights for this June or for this winter month? Because it's been cold and a lot of people have been having different experiences with the cold winter. But yeah, you know that we always have you right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show in terms of the things that are happening all around the world, with some sad news, of course, man, hovering around us. And one of the sad news that I came across as someone who loves, watching soccer is the passing of Diogo Jota. Right, the passing of Diogo Jota, it was one of moments that caught me by surprise, to say what just happened, because Diogo just won the UEFA Nations League with Portugal, and then we wake up to the sad news that he is no longer with us. These are some of the things that we need to look out for, as much as we take care of our family members, and always telling people out there to take care of themselves. Right, but before we get into that, there is some of the things that we want to share with you. If you're listening and watching all the way from home, right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, which is financials, you're asking yourself, man, what financials are those? And those include how much is the dollar? if you convert the dollar, the euro, the pound in rands, how much are they? Because of course there are people who want to travel outside South Africa and they want to know what's the currency looking like. If I want to go to the US, how much is the dollar? If I want to travel to England, to the UK, how much is the euro? Because our currency is always stronger from stronger to other countries, and it is weaker to some of the countries. So what are we looking into on our financials and up to date for today? So for today, $1 is 17 rands 51 cents. $1 is 17 rands 51 cents. So for each and every dollar, when you want to convert it, you're going to get a 17 rands. So if you have a 17 rands, 51 cents, and traveling to the US, you're going to get a dollar. So you have to do your calculations in terms of, traveling to the US and making sure that you make your trip spontaneous, right? And then now we're going to be looking into the rand versus the pound. The pound that I spoke about, which is a currency in the UK. So a pound is currently at 23.91 cents. A pound is currently at 23 rands 91 cents. For each and every pound, you're going to get 23.91 cents. And for that 23.91 cents, in exchange, you're going to get £1. And then let's look into rand versus pula. If you're someone who is looking to travel into Botswana and you want to exchange your currency to pula. So one pula right now costs R1.32. Pula costs R1.32. For each and every one pula, you're going to get R1.32. And if you have R1.32, you're going to get one pula. And then looking into the Japanese yen. So for now, the yen is at 12 cents. 12 cents. So for each and every yen, you're going to get 12 cents. And if you have 12 cents, you're going to get 1 yen. The Japanese yen from Japan. And then rand versus the euro. Rand versus the euro. So for each and every euro, you're going to get 20 rand 61. So 1 euro costs 20 rand 61 cents. For each and every euro, you're going to get 20 rand 61. And if you have 20 rand 61 cent, you are going to get that 1 euro. So these are some of the things that you need to look out for if you are someone who is looking to travel internationally and look into, going into those countries and exploring their culture and what they have to offer, because there are a lot of people who are traveling in and outside of the country. So it is very important for you to know, how is the currency looking like? Is the rand stronger than other currencies out there? Because it is very important for someone who is traveling to look at those trends, and to look into, okay, if I am going to travel to Bali, if I'm traveling to Indonesia, is the rand stronger than their currency? If you're someone who can afford it, it's fine. There's no need to look at your financials, right? 27 minutes past 7, it is the time. And if you just joined in, please do make sure comment down by using the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show. Hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show. And we are live right now on YouTube. All we need is for you to engage with us, because you know what? The Friday mode is about to be activated. A very good morning, Afriberry. How are you this morning?
Good morning, man. I'm doing okay. And good morning to the Vooka Nation. My bad. Good morning. I'm doing okay. And good morning to the Vooka Nation. I hope everybody is doing okay. Fantastic. Hey, Kipulanyana today. I'm wondering what's happening now.
Yeah.
Where's the rain now? I'm like, okay. But it is what it is, and happy Friday to the Vooka Nation, man.
Yeah. So in terms of, how the weather is looking like, I just got an update when it comes to the severe weather. So let me just do this and share it with the people who are watching right now in terms of how your weather is going to be looking like for today, right? So For today, we are going to be experiencing disruptive rain that is expected over the western part of the Western Cape. If you are in Western Cape, just expect disruptive rain. And as we woke up today, I think it was around 4 o'clock, there was a rain this side of Johannesburg. So in the Western Cape, you need to expect disruptive rain in the Western Cape, right? And then damaging winds forecast along the south coast and possible disruptive snow over the Drakensberg mountain. So do make sure that you stay safe and plan ahead. This is from the South African Weather Services. If you also want to check your own weather, please do make sure visit the South African Weather Services on their website and just check that your area, how is it looking like, so that you can be safe, because we know that when it comes to severe and disruptive weather, a lot of the things can take place, right? So yeah, please do make sure that you are aware of the weather update. And as we started with our news update right there, in terms of some of the bad news that we woke up to yesterday and today, former Deputy President David Mabuza dies at the age of 64. And you're asking yourself, who was David Mabuza, and have you ever seen him? What role did he play in this political, what political role did he play in South Africa as a whole? So, former South Africa Deputy President David Mabuza has passed away at the age of 64, and he died in hospital in Sandton, Johannesburg. And if you're asking yourself, who is David Mabuza? David Mabuza is a former teacher, a long-serving African National Congress leader who served as a deputy president from 2018 up until 2023. And Mabuza had been battling ill health for several years, which had kept him out of the public eye. His death marks the end of a significant chapter in South African politics, especially given his role in shaping the ANC's leadership and national policy. He passed away on a Thursday, the 3rd of July, 2025, after a prolonged illness. Mabuza had previously revealed he was poisoned in 2015 and had sought treatment in Russia. His health challenges continued throughout his political career, eventually leading to his resignation in 2023. So what is next now? Mabuza will be honored with a Category 2 state funeral, which includes military ceremonial honors. Tributes continues to pour in from political leaders and citizens alike, remembering him as a complex but influential figure in South Africa's democratic journey. May his soul continue and rest in peace. That was David Mabuza right there, former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. So now moving on to another one that I just spoke about, which is the weather, which is disruptive rain that is expected over the western part. So Cape Town braces for a weekend storm and flooding. If you're someone who is in Cape Town or who is planning to go to Cape Town, there is a huge update for you that you need to look out for, because it is very important for you to look into how is the weather looking like, especially when it is winter. Sometimes you can get a storm that can lead to snow, right? So a major storm is expecting to hit Cape Town this weekend, bringing heavy rain and the risk of flooding. So the storm will affect Cape Town and the surrounding areas in the Western Cape, with a yellow level 4 warning issued by the South African Weather Services. The City of Cape Town's Disaster Risk Management Center is leading preparations. Supported by NGOs and emergency services, residents are also being urged to take precaution. The storm could cause localized flooding, blocked roads, and damage to homes, especially in low-lying and informal settlements. It's important because it highlights the city's vulnerability to extreme weather and the need for community readiness. So from Friday, which is today, 4th of July, through Sunday until the 6th of July, the city is expected to receive disruptive rainfall. Emergency teams are on standby. Donation drop-off points have been set up at fire stations, and residents are being asked to clear drains and avoid risky driving. The city is also coordinating with NGOs to provide humanitarian aid, and what's next is that authorities will monitor the situation throughout the weekend. If needed, the disaster coordinating committee will be activated. Residents are encouraged to stay informed, report issues, and support relief efforts where possible. If you need any update, we're going to be giving you in terms of what are the developing stories in terms of disruptive weather in around your areas. So do make sure that you stay with us right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, right? And as mentioned, another one that we also woke up to as sports fans is the death of Diego Jota, right? A Liverpool forward who has been under the spell of Jurgen Klopp and has won several accolades, has lost his life. And so Jota and his brother Andre Silva, they tragically died in a car crash in Zamora, Spain, after a tire blowout caused their Lamborghini to veer off the road and catch fire. A lot of professional football players came out to pour in their condolences messages in social media, to wish him, because he was a very good player. He had a very long spell, and his career looked very bright. He died at the age of 28. So may Jota rest in peace, and football will always remember him as, he was. So pouring moments are taking through right here in the world of sports. So if you happen to know anything or any update in terms of what is happening all around and the developing story of what really happened, do make sure to talk to us on and using the number 06049333226. It's 06049333226. So, of course, man, we know that when it comes to bad news, it's things that we will cover for you, but just move on with our Friday mood activation. So, Afri, in terms of your winter holidays and how has been winter for you, how would you describe winter?
Winter has been very cold, and winter for me is full of school holiday homework.
Yeah.
At this moment, I'm busy doing homeworks at home, and like covering winter homework so that everything becomes nice. So it's a bit weird, man. But otherwise, winter is winter.
Yeah, winter is winter, guys. It's always going to be cold. But the nice thing is you can always find spontaneous activities to do in winter. What are some of the things that you get up into when it's cold? Are you someone who stays in your bed until the end of the day when it's cold? Or are you someone who is looking to go outside and explore what the weather has to give? Yes, we are in the heart of Soweto. We don't have skiing. We don't have snow. But there are activities that a lot of people do. But this one, it goes to people who love sports. For sports people, winter, is something that they always enjoy. For someone who plays sports, they wake up, they have that morning jog because that the body regulates itself better in winter, because the more you run, the more your body creates heat for yourself. But when you stop running, that's where the problem starts. So you need to have, proper resources to say, when I stop running, this is what I need to do. You take a warm bath or you take a cold shower. But yeah, if you happen to know, man, if you have any tips and advices on how to stay warm this winter, please do make sure to share them with us right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, right? And then you know that we're going to be getting into Today in History, which is our day today. Bread, and giving you, man, some of the things that you never knew, right? I know you are somewhere out there, you are listening, whether you're driving, whether you're walking to work, or whether you're just someone who just woke up, or you still have to wake up. It's a struggle for a lot of people to wake up, especially in winter, looking into how the weather is looking like. But yeah, more announcements and more updates are going to come after this short break. So let us take a short break, and then we'll come back. We continue with our day today daily bread. So don't go anywhere.
Hey family.
Hi.
My name is Tisiga Mazbugo Shabalala.
My name is Moketi Maimane.
My name is Musi Mist.
My name is Ketua Mnguni
On the Vooka
Vooka Breakfast Show.
Every weekdays from 7 a.m.
to 10 a.m.
This is where we are going to have our topical discussion featuring various experts from different fields.
We're going to take care of you and it's going to be amazing, man. Right now I'm on the set of the Vooka Breakfast Show brought to you by the Blink-On Network.
Do not forget to subscribe.
That's Vooka Breakfast Show on Facebook and all other social media platforms.
Vooka.
See you there.
All right. Welcome back. I just hope that you're still feeling warm and you're preparing that cup of coffee in the morning. As you know that the beginning of the morning has to start with some positivity and some warmth. So that's some of the things that we are going to be speaking about. As it is 20 minutes till we hit 8 o'clock, and on this morning right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, we're going to be looking into confessing or keep quiet, the breakup dilemma. Right, so we're going to be, giving you some of the interesting things, and we're going to be also inviting you to the conversation that you need, to conversate with us, as we need different opinions from people who are watching. If you're watching right now, we just want your opinion. Just tell us what you would think. So I just want you to imagine this: you and your partner hit a rough patch and decided to take a break, and during that time, you meet someone new. It's brief, it's casual, and it's over before you know it. Then you and your original partner find your way back to each other. Things feel right again, but now you're left with a question that's heavier than it seems. Do you tell them what happened while you were apart, or do you let sleeping dogs lie? Right? So in your own opinion, Afriberry, what would you do? Do you confess or you keep quiet?
It kind of depends, man.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on how serious it is, man. But either way, I think confessing is like the main thing to go, even if it's like a small little problem, man.
Yeah.
Because that's how you solve issues. But if you let sleeping dogs lie, it's hard. Okay, for me, unfortunately, I've kind of let sleeping dogs lie because some things are really just not worth your effort and energy. So hence I'm saying that it kind of depends. Not everything in a relationship is worth the energy at that given time or at any given time. So sometimes you got to let it lie and just move on from it, which is something which I basically did.
Yeah. I mean, for most of the people, some of the things, they see them as a social construct to say, you know what, just to avoid things being bad in a relationship, don't say anything. It's something, some of the things that we see, our friends, whether it's mom and dad has done it, you've seen it, and dad has kept quiet, right? For me, in terms of telling them while it happened, it will help, to see if the break was really a break, because we were on a rough patch, and then you meet someone new. I think it is going to also help when you tell them that while I was in that relationship with that someone, there are some of the things that made me miss you. I don't know if it is a lie for a lot of girls to hear, but I think it's something that a lot of guys do, right? Where you go on a rough patch and decide to take a break, you go and meet someone to see if it is going to stand out. Because if that relationship stands out, there is no way you're going to go back to your original partner. Because she is giving you each and everything that you want. She's making you feel like the person that you've always wanted to be, right? So it's these kind of things. When someone thinks about it, to say, okay, now I'm with a new person. What do we do now? Because it is always difficult. It's not always easy as it seems for you to, confess to the next person, to say, no, man, I've been with this person and this is what we have done, this is what we've done, and everything has passed. Now I'm back to you, as much as we have went through our rough patch. Because it's very important to also tell each other to say, okay, what is it that you were reflecting on when you were on a break with me? Some of the reflections that are going to help us, mend some of the things that we have missed in our relationship, right? People demand a lot of things, in which also leads to you being attached to someone. And being attached, it's difficult. It's difficult being attached, because you need to practice being detached, right? And now when you have to be detached, it's going to seem like, no, there's some parts of you that you're losing in yourself, right? But for me, I think it is good to always confess. And confessing always bring the originality of the person that you're dating to say, no, man, since I've done this, I just want to see the reaction of my partner. Because hiding it will come to a point whereby it comes. And then when it comes, it doesn't come the way you need it to come out. And then it becomes bad. Now the beans are spilled.
You know, sometimes they... Remember when we had the conversation around white lies? Do you lie to protect?
Yes.
Right. So I think it's more or less on the same level that if you confess and you know that if I confess here, it's over before it even begins again, then let sleeping dogs sleep.
Yeah.
But if it's a case of, look, I just want to make sure you know that whatever happened whilst we were away, let me tell you so that it doesn't come back and become a thing.
Yeah.
But it depends, because there are breakups and then there are breakups.
Exactly.
So if you went through a break, hey, then it's a problem. But if you broke up, then I guess it's fine.
Yeah, because that's where the underlying question comes, that why are we taking a break? Because there are no people who are like, babes, we are happy. You know, let's take a break because there's too much happiness in this relationship of ours. You know, so some people will say, you know what? Whatever that happens, man, we are back, but I don't think things are going to feel the same way. I've just done something, and I was with someone for quite some time while we were on a break. I just want to see if you are still the same person. Right? I mean, you can even throw it at me, right? Throw it at me and tell me that, no, I was with a guy while we were still on a break. So my reaction will determine the person that I'm going to be in the new relationship.
But now, is there such a thing as a break, man?
Yes, there is. There is. I have seen breaks.
Like, Afrobear, have you been on a break?
Do you mean like it's something we talked about, or do we talk about the break, or it just happened?
I mean, the concept of a break, like we are.
I've probably been on breaks, but it was never discussed. In a way.
No, you were ghosted.
No, I did the ghosting.
There's a difference, right?
Yeah. So
like even right now, I'm currently doing the ghosting.
Yeah, I mean that's not a break, guys. You know, because a break is like,
break?
hey guys.
What is a break?
In a way, I could say it is because.
What's a break?
So, for example, what we're doing right now, we are in a show, people are watching. We're like, okay, guys, we're going to communicate to you that we are going to take a short break.
Sure.
It's announced to say we are taking a break. People know that these guys are on a break. Rather than saying, you know what, switch off the cams, no one will know what's happening. Because now you're having a lot of thought to say, this person is ghosting me, and I can't even text them because I'm treating you the same way you're treating me, right? But if we're saying we're in a break, one has a chance to ask to say, hey, what's going on? How has life been?
So just like school holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the common denominator here is that it is communicating. So on your school roster, it says school kids are going on a break from June until 23rd or something, right?
Yes. It's communicated.
So have you been on a break yourself?
Yeah.
Have you taken a relationship break? And remember, the denominator here is
communication. That, hey.
And remember, also with taking a break, maybe there's two types. There's an indefinite break.
Yeah.
There's also breaks that are communicated that this is only for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, if you do something in that 2 weeks, do you confess or you keep quiet?
I've never taken an official break. I just ghost. I become Casper the ghost. For me, I actually kind of find it hard because asking for a break means that I'm going to make you wait, and you're kind of hopeful that, okay, you know what? We're probably going to get back. We're probably going to date. And you find that in that mindset, I'm not even into that. So for me, I'd rather ghost you. And most people have kind of learned to understand my language. When I ghost you, it means don't talk to me, don't do anything, leave me alone.
The difference is you were looking for a break.
Switch on and off your mic.
So
Not picking you up. Yeah. But yeah.
Perry was looking for a breakup.
Yeah.
Because when you go somewhere, you're looking for a breakup. So here we're talking about taking a break.
Yes.
Meaning that you still have intentions
Of being with that person. Yeah.
So by you ghosting, you just didn't have.
Yeah, you don't want to be here anymore. You don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to be there.
Yes,
Yeah.
Let's not talk breaks. Because when I'm down.
You didn't have a way of dumping. You're like, okay, let me just keep quiet. In which it affects a lot of people, because with I think, you know, I used to have these conversations with my friends that, like, you're not even thinking about what it does to the next person, because the next person is probably dying out there thinking that, you know what, maybe they hate me, I don't know what's going on. You can just communicate. It's easy and as simple as writing, it's over, I don't want to be with you anymore. It's over. You understand? I have been on a break and someone communicated with me. And it was something that was, you know, introduced to me. It was the first time when somebody said, you know what, I need a break. Because now you ask a lot of questions. Is it me? What did I do, man? Please speak to me. What did I do? That's where we are losing it. That, okay, man, I think for some of the people, they do want to be in a relationship. They do want to work on themselves first, so that they can continue being with you. So I'm just taking a break so that I can look outside of a relationship, because for a lot of people, it's difficult to look in a relationship while you're outside.
The problem with
paranoia kicks in.
The other problem is that there's literally some stubborn people like, you know what, you become grown about it. You're like, we are not going to work, unfortunately, we're not compatible. And then the person says, okay, sharp. 2 days after, baby, how are you? Amankanti, what did I say? So that's how I ended up having the tendency of ghosting people, because some guys were just like, don't listen.
All of them did that.
Huh?
All the guys you ghosted, they all do that.
No, ghosting just became easier.
Yeah, because the same way you went out on a date and, you know, paid for a nice meal.
Yeah.
Invite the person and say, look,
yes,
women
are bad at dumping.
Enjoy
That's what I've realized. Women are bad at leaving people.
Because men are very egotistical.
They're very bad. No,
men are egotistical.
I don't think it's even about ego. Personally, I think it's not even about ego. Because if we communicate clearly on why you want to break up with me, then from there, I will think that, okay, this is what I've done, and it's fine, man. Thank you so much for pointing it out, and I'm going to work on myself. Because all you think is like, yo, yazi being some hater. Because I've had some friends like, why don't you tell the guy, Guti, you don't love him? No, I don't want him to feel hurt. What do you mean, bro? Like, a breakup leads to an hurt. Like, who has been dumped in a smooth way?
And then, you know what, actually, believe it or not, there are actually some guys who also ghost women. I've also been ghosted, man. And I saw this person in the street. I laughed in his face. I'm like, bro, what's your problem? I was like, no, would have been. I'm like, bro, I moved on. It's over. I accept it. So why are you catching feelings? Say hello. Huh?
When he ghosted you.
No, not really.
No, I mean, imagine you're trying to call someone, they're not picking up.
If you don't pick up, I move on. I ain't got no time to wait on you. Waste on you. There's so many fish in the sea. Why do I have to be emotional or emo because you decided to ghost me? I think that's where a lot of people turn to use it, and then you find a person that who's bulele, or because he got dumped, or she's busy crying there, she's been heartbroken. Everybody, we all win some, we all lose some. Some people don't realize that a relationship, when you literally get dumped or ghosted, it's a way of you losing something in life, and you need to find a way to heal through it. And then finding a way to heal through such situations will end up eventually helping you heal whenever you have a certain death, maybe a close death that has come your way, because you have learned to grieve, you have learned to process certain things. So for me, procedure,
like I really don't understand, this concept of ghosting, because I have met a lot of people who misinterpret feelings. you know, because someone will just keep quiet and then you still have them and then you see their status, maybe their aunt has passed on and now you don't want to be in a relationship anymore. And then the guy will like, oh, maybe you're going through something. Why don't you speak to me? Then from there, you're like, I understand what you're going through. And then when he texts you, you continue to ghost him. He calls you baby, you ghost him until he understands that, no, man, maybe my mate is going through something that's very, very deep. That's why in everything that you do, you need to find a way of communicating your feelings, man. Because it's over has been the most easiest way created for people to say, man, to dump people and to leave their partners, to say, you know what, man, this thing is not working out and it's over. If someone keep on trying, texting you, you know that you have the proof that you told them that it's over. The only thing that you can do, and something that breaks someone, is always responding with, it's over. It's over. That's the most painful thing. And it's hard, man. People deal with these things. And when time goes, you will heal, you know. You will find solace in everything that you have went through, the breakup that you went through, you know. So you don't need to force yourself. But for me, in terms of ghosting, I think it's something that has to be old-fashioned, guys. We need to leave ghosting like sbatala now. Like, let's talk. Like, really, let's talk. There are people who overthink things. There are people who leave passively to say, you know what, I have been ghosted. It's a new day. And a new day means I have an opportunity to apologize and to text you again. I text you today, you ghost me, like, okay, it's fine. Maybe she's going through something. Text you the next day, it's fine. Talk, man. Speak. Text back. Send a voice note. Call or block. That's the easiest. I mean, that's the most common way of communicating with people, to say that this person is making it clear that, hey, yo, I don't want to be with you anymore. Block you.
Yeah, but that's if you have communicated and are stubborn. But also with ghosting, I think it also ties into other personality traits that you would rather just leave things hanging. Rather than closing them and making sure that this chapter is over, I'm moving on to the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
So now the question is, we've established that, yes, it's a break, you've communicated, and you were with someone. Do you come back and say, look, I was with someone, or because we were on a break, it's fine.
Yeah.
Let me just leave it.
In a way, I think it's better to actually come back and actually communicate the fact that while you were on a break, you ended up talking to somebody or having a certain, you know, emotional attachment to somebody else. The reason said is because when it comes to emotions, people don't deal with emotions the same way. For you, taking a break would probably just because you need to literally refuel on your emotions, or just basically take a breather in terms of everything that's happening emotionally, psychologically, or physically. And then for some people, they're just taking a break because you wanted a break. So when you come back, it's like, yay, excitement, only to find out that you probably had maybe a bit of like emotional cheating. You ended up liking somebody else, or you had the physical contact. It's better to actually be honest with it, because when you come back, when love is back on the thing, or that kind of stuff. So, hey, talking about it is better, because, you know, when you delay the whole process, you're like, no, I can't tell, I'm not going to tell her. And then you end up dating whoever you fell in love with during that small little break. And then I catch up onto it. That's when girls start acting crazy.
But you know, on this scene, I love how this scene was, created for us in terms of imagining it, right? Because this says you and your partner hit a rough patch and decide to take a break. During that time, you meet someone new. And I've met, a lot of people who said she's the one who wanted to go on a break. So while she's on a break, I'll continue seeing other people outside, because you can't force me to be on a break. You can't. If we have to take a break, it's something that we must discuss together to say, okay, I want to go on a break, and this and this and this and this is happening. And then if the next person says, I don't want to go on a break, it's fine. When I take your 12 months leave, now I'll continue with some piece jobs.
What if it's based on love, that we are a couple and I'm going through life crisis. And I need to find myself, whether it's for spiritual reasons or let's just say I'm going through a transition and maybe twasa or whatever it is. Like, look, I love you. Yeah. But just for the next 6 months, I just need to figure this out. Yeah. Yes, we'll communicate, but we just need to give me that space because there's certain expectations you have from me that I need to see you, I need to do 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. But because I'm going through this transition, I'm asking that we take a break for about 6 months. Yeah. And the other thing about taking a break is that we're taking a break from love. It doesn't mean go and love elsewhere.
Yeah.
So it's a break. Don't go and love.
Don't go and look for someone out
because
there.
If we go on a break now, do we carry on broadcasting?
No, we don't.
It's like, it doesn't make sense. Hey, let's go on a break, but then we carry on. No, it's a break.
Yeah.
So don't go. Yeah. It's a break from a sentimental relationship. So don't go and do the same thing you said you're taking a break from.
Yeah.
I can read the problem is that with emotions, emotions don't necessarily have a way of actually correctly controlling them. Hence, I'm saying that some people are way too love-brained to even literally just say, okay, I'm going to take a break and stick here and just do this thing with this one person. Yeah. And some people end up finding loving somebody else outside of that break. You see, you might find out that, for example, me and Mo are dating. You might find that Mo has some certain characteristics that I've never liked, but have learned to manage them in our relationship. And then we end up going on a break. And then I meet you, Banza. And then when I Banza, you have everything I want. Isn't the things that Mo does that annoys me. It's things that I find pleasure in you doing because you do them correctly, or you know how to literally not do it to a point that it irritates me during that break. And then that's how some people end up falling out of love with somebody else and falling in love with somebody else.
Yeah.
But if you take a break from alcohol, do you go drink during that break?
No.
Nah.
That break is meaningless.
What does this
alcoholic, emotion,
no, but remember, also in alcohol, there's options. So you saying, no, I'm taking a break from drinking. Ne? And remember, there's options like there's whiskey, brandy, and then you know what? Put my side, so now I'm on a break, but I think Shama be. Does that make sense?
Conditional break. I mean, this is conditional break because breaks sometimes, guys, they can be conditional to say, okay, I'm not entirely stopping. I'm just reducing the dosage. I'm taking break from, over consuming something to say, no, man, I know I drink each and every day. Let me take a break from drinking every day to drinking twice in a week. Right? So breaks in relationships are tricky. Some people see them as a pause, a time to reflect, heal, or maybe even explore. Others see them as a soft breakup, a test of whether the relationship can survive without constant contact. Interesting. But what happens when something does happen during that breakup? Right? So is honesty always the best policy, or can silence sometimes protect the peace? But with silence, man, it shows. One of the things when you have done something and you're silent, there are symptoms in your habits. There are symptoms in your actions that are going to show up. Because when certain things are brought up, there's a certain way you react.
Numbers.
Yeah. Because people know you, people know you. Not to say people, but your partner knows you. To say, no, man, when you always was this person, who's always free to talk about these things. But now, hey, you are a one sentence answer guy. Now, what's going on? We don't understand. That's why this was coming to the nature of break up. To say, okay, not break up, man. The nature of break. To say, why are we going on a break? We've seen it with a lot of kids who are dating in school to say, "Ay Thabo, mina ngifuna ukufunda mina. So let's take a break." And then Thabo will understand.
It's exam time. Thabo has to understand. Barry, if they came to you but study, can we take a break? Would you accept it?
No.
Why not?
That's cruelty.
Guys, Lalo, we'll take a 5-minute break, obviously.
No.
When studying.
No, I need a full semester, 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm in matric now.
Hey, bro, no. You want to take a break from school?
No, from dating you.
From dating me? Okay, yo.
Look, we'll come back after matric, sibe grand.
Hey,
But
now
for
you're
now,
taking me back to high school. Okay, back in high school, I dated somebody from a different school, so it didn't even matter at that moment. I dated 2 people from different schools.
Hi. Guys are
My
seeing a
metric
lot
was
out
a roller
there.
coaster.
Guys
No,
are
I
seeing
dated a
lot
guy
out
and a
there.
girl.
What? but
We all went through different schools.
but there's something I've realized, because I love this question, that what happens when something does happen during that breakup, because a lot of the time people think it's always you getting in a relationship with the next person, but what happens if one outgrows the other? Right, because I've seen it happening, man. When we take a break and then I grow, financially, and even in my career, I grow exponentially, man. I grow very good, and then when you come back,
it's not the same.
It's not the same anymore. We are not in the same level now. Even the reasoning you can hear, babes is still in 2002, and me, I'm in the present now. So what do we do in that state?
I mean, it's like you taking Afriberry to school, and then academically she elevates.
Yeah.
But also with that, there's other things that do elevate her social life.
Yeah.
But won't
Yes.
I don't know, whatever. But now she's
We
not on the same
actually,
level.
Yeah. Actually, so basically, we're now you grooming someone for other people, just like how guys say, school is
You know what? Once you've said that, I remember I went to this other Facebook page. I won't say the name. And this girl was dating a guy since like grade 11, and now she's in her 3rd year of varsity.
Yeah.
This guy is older than her, has been taking care of her, obviously emotionally, financially, since high school. Now she's in college, and this guy is a mechanic. So now she doesn't find the guy attractive anymore. Mara, this guy is paying for her fees, bruh. I was like, hi guys, please keep me anonymous. I'm a 24-year-old. I've been dating this guy. He's a mechanic. He's turned 30 this year. He's been taking care of me financially and emotionally. We once lived together, but now I'm living at race. So my problem is that I don't like him anymore. I just like his money. And I've seen people who are much more better than him. I don't like him because he's a mechanic. And I'm like, girl, you've been dating the same guy throughout from high school until you got to varsity. Now you see that he's a mechanic. You don't like him anymore. It's like he always comes back home, oily, greasy.
She's been enjoying the money. It's clear that she's been enjoying the money. And it's some of the things, that we ask ourselves, why guys now react in a certain way. Why someone will just go crazy and take out a knife and stab you in the face, Because I think it's some of the things that we always need to think, or man, if I'm spending someone's money and I play them behind, and but now what they're thinking is they're investing. I mean, it's as simple as look at someone who has invested their money for like 25 to 50 years. And then they tell you that the investment company has lost all of your money. Do you think someone will say, man, it's life, things happen? We're talking about life savings here. Look at those people, how they react when they lose their saving. A guy is investing in someone. Someone is going to school with their money.
Yep, and then the broker that you invested with, still driving a Ferrari, staying in Houghton. How would you feel? Your money is gone.
Your money is gone.
Yeah, they're driving a Lambo.
Hi, guys.
No, man.
And for me, I
Give
find
me
it.
your money.
And for me, I found it very weird. I'm like, the girl should have just applied for NAFSAs and not be even chowing the guy's money, because obviously you were young. You started dating somebody who was older. Meaning that by the time, if you're going to go to college, by the time you go to college, you're going to start seeing your age mates. Uzobona ukuthi, hayi, lo bhuti lo unemkhaba, lo ya une six pack. Mina ngifuna six pack. Like, why do that to yourself, man? And also drag somebody's emotions. They've invested emotions, they've invested time. And lo muntu lo umkhipele nelobola, Joe. And I'm like, yo, my girl. What you did, man, it's very painful. It's very painful.
thing,
So you're practically the wife, bruh.
I mean,
She's
I
the
wouldn't-
wife. Traditionally, so to speak, she's the wife.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame, the mechanic, Magampuzisi brake fluid, guys. I mean, he deserves it. Come on, man. This guy's been working tirelessly, getting under the cars, oil all over his face, drinking, Tonsama petrol ngomlomo. Someone is out there, man, chowing their money for nothing. The guy's like, you know what, I'm pushing, guys. There's someone on Geniskodo and soon to become my wife. So I have to push this. When I always like, hey, man, I need to fix 7 cars in a day. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. The next thing, when now you go out and then you say you want this. That's why the question is say, is honesty always the best Is honesty always the best policy, or can silence sometimes protect the peace? I mean, both work, because sometimes honesty, works in a certain nature to say, okay, now I need to be honest because I see things are getting bad now. I just need to come and say, you know what? Let me be honest, because abanye abantu they're like, asekmoshekile. Khuluma iqiniso ngoba sekmoshekile. It's better to know the truth, than to see things become destructive. Right? Just say the truth. And silence sometimes protect the peace. We have people nowadays who label themselves as nonchalant. People who don't always speak. Right? So that person is someone who will go through a relationship and they have been hating for quite some time and they're not saying anything. And when they do things, themselves, it's like, okay, no, man, I'm not going to say anything because I'm someone who doesn't even speak. Let me just do something and just keep quiet and move on. Right? So for me, both, they do work. Sometimes silence help in terms of where the person is mentally and emotionally. Because sometimes when you're trying to be honest, but it's the wrong time to be honest at that time. Now they have certain mixed emotions and bad things happen right there. Right? So right now it's time to be real, right? But before I do that, let me check on my comment section. I have Zinzi Elizabeth coming through saying, good morning, Vooka Nation and the breakfast team. Hashtag Sivugile in the rainy morning. God, it's a Friday. So si happy. Hashtag Vooka breakfast show. Yes, that rain means a blessing, right? And this Friday is blessed. And then she comes back and says, TGIF, thank God it's Friday. Can't wait for a restful weekend. Oh, wishing all the Vooka Nation and a team a blessed day and a weekend ahead. To everyone, all of you have a blessed weekend ahead of you, because you know what? Let us help you to start it on a very high and a good note. But now, going back, in terms of confessing or keeping quiet, the breakup dilemma, right? So let's be real, man. Confessing might feel like the right thing to do, but it can also reopen wounds, spark jealousy, or even end reconciliation. On the flip side, keeping quiet might preserve the relationship, but at what cost? Guilt, secrets, the fear of it coming out later. So here's the kicker. Does the other person even want to know at that time? To say,
Mario.
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 What's Mario?
Mario, the artist. I don't wanna know.
Baby, you should let me love you.
Yeah, I mean,
not that one. No, Mario, I don't wanna know if you're playing me. Keep it on the low.
Oh, me, I was
It's best to
attacking
keep
you
it
with
for yourself.
Maria.
because I want to say what you don't know will not hurt you.
Won't hurt you.
You know, but yeah, it depends. What is it that you don't want me to know? If it's something that will put my life in danger, then I want to know so that I can excuse myself, immediately. Because these are some of the things that, okay, if you want to confess, yes, it's the right thing to do that. Hey, man, when you went to take care of your grain, Emakaya, I was with Smakaling and we did this and this and this, right? And then for someone, it's like, and I've seen with a lot of girls that they don't forget. They don't forget, because there are guys who have experienced this thing of, cheating and saying it's a mistake, and then they remind you, even a certain date, that remember in 2014, 17th of July, when you went to Coltonage, when you went to Kwasbanbani, Guimbizu, with this person, right? And then when you do it again, and then you want to confess, that's you opening that wound. And now this wound is bleeding towards the new wound now, right? So there are other people who are doing things out there and they don't say anything, because that's the question they ask themselves, that, okay, man, if I want to confess, now guilt is guilt tripping me, right? Does this person even want to know? Do I have to tell this person that this has happened? Or let me just let life be, man. Let me let, life be. Because sometimes, you keep quiet, yes, the relationship goes. You keeping quiet, been in a relationship for 12 years, and the light goes.
I know you can keep quiet, but the skeletons.
They will show. I mean, yeah, skeletons in the closet. There are people who always make sure that they grow. I don't know what should I call it, but being smart about it. There are people who grow to be smart with hiding their skeletons, to a point that those skeletons, they now show up in the next person. Gaslighting, I mean, someone will do things, and then some way, somehow, they will use what they have done, and project it to you. Now you're the one who's feeling sorry now with what you have done, right? But now we always need to resolve things. As, Makoti will come at home crying to say, Sbusiso has did this. There is always two sides in a coin. Yes, we always complain about our partners, but when your partner gets here and start, talking, and also saying things that he or she's been going through with you, that's when you see that there's always two sides of the story. And when you get to those sides, it's difficult to even tell who is wrong and who is right in this one, right? So, in terms of the perspective, when it comes to two sides of the story, right, we have the team confess and the team keep quiet, because this won't get us into trouble, right? Team confess says transparency builds trust. Right, being transparent, it builds trust to say, hey, I went there. Matsidiso started touching me. I was like, no. Matsidiso was like, okay, it's fine. Now your partner will start trusting you, because you always tell them some of the things that are going on while she's not there. Team Confess comes back and say, if we are starting fresh, we need to be honest. If we are starting fresh, we need to be honest with each other. We have done our mistakes. We've lied to each other. But now we are starting on a new page. A new chapter is about to begin. So we need to be honest. And then Team Confessor, the last one says, I'd rather hear it from you than someone else. Right? That is, the most common thing that messes other people's relationships out there. That they heard it from someone. I saw your person with this person. They were here, with this kind of person. So you must be the first one to say it before someone else come and tells your partner, right? And then let's go to Team Quiet, the guys who always keep the skeletons in the clothes.
Yeah, the ghosting ones.
Yeah. So Team Keep Quiet says, we went together, so it's not cheating, right? We went together, it's not cheating. We were on a break. I was with someone else, so I was not cheating on you, because the relationship was on halt. It was on pause. So how am I cheating if me and you, we are not talking and we are on a break? So why would you say it's cheating, right? And then Team Keep Quiet says, why hurt them with something that's over? Why hurt them with something that is over? It has passed. So why are you getting hurt? because whatever that happened, whatever that happened,
But
man.
you know, I've seen, and I'll be honest. This also happened to me, where it passed your mundwak ikhet, but you were not there. You were not there. But it like it's so. You dated so and so, like oh man.
Yeah.
And you heard from that.
Yeah.
It happens.
It happens because there are a lot of people right now, they do believe that your past defines you. Your past defines who you are, because those are the decisions that you took that made you the person that you are today. So whatever past you had dating this person and this person, no, man, it's bad. You know, it's bad and it's hurting me. So I can't be, I can't go through this with you. So
no, but it happened before Slangan.
Yeah. It says a lot about you.
No,
man.
but that's also being melodramatic.
It says a lot about you.
What about your past? You've dated somebody else and now got into a relationship with you.
That's the thing.
Despite your past.
So that's the thing. There are people who always, let me speak about people who preserve themselves, right? They will tell you that, no, I've made decisions that made me to be here today. I've preserved myself. So why didn't you preserve yourself? So it says a lot about yourself. So I don't want to be in a relationship with someone like you, because we were faced and we were given, same choices, almost same choices to say, you had the opportunity to say no to this, but you didn't. So what's different from me and you? I said no, you said yes. Right?
Yeah, so like if a guy comes to you and says, hey Joe, you've got a kid, sorry bro, can't do this.
I want someone without a kid. It's like, nah, I can't do this, man. It happened. Then when now you want to say it while you're in a relationship, that you're more, why didn't you tell me the first time? Like, let's end it right there, man. Let's end it right there. Yes, it's something that's over. I was not there, but I believe that I also want to meet someone who has made the same decisions as I have made, right? It makes things a lot easier than you can think, right? And then Tim Keep Quiet comes back and say, what they don't know won't hurt them. So do whatever that you want to do. Be promiscuous out there. Cheat on them. As long as they don't know, it won't hurt them. Whatever that you do not know, it won't hurt you. In which is, it has worked for a lot of people. Once you go in a phone, you're now starting to become a detective for the rest of your life. To say now, you always, looking to get into the phone and look into the contents that are on the phone. Or you know that your boyfriend is going to a certain place at a certain time each and every week and say, no, we are going to meet up with the gents. And then you saw something that, no, man, Maria was there, right? So now you want to follow your boyfriend to where Maria was with you. And then now it always play in your mind. That's the danger of knowing something and going on with someone, because the dangers of knowing will lead you to now following each and every step that they do, so that you can find clarity to say, no, man, actually you are cheating on me, bruh.
But you see, sometimes if you get people that are both maybe toxic for each other, maybe one of the parties says, no, what they don't know won't hurt them, right? And then the other one says, hey, I don't want to find out. So one does something and they try and keep it a secret. So what they don't know won't hurt them. But there's also people in relationships that I suspect they're doing something, but I just, I don't want
to know what is it that
but
they're
they
doing.
know, they've got a feeling.
Yes.
But they just don't want to see it. So one is concealing. And the other one prefers to not find out.
Yeah. It's always the case with people who have very strong instincts, and they have been going through this over and over again to a point to say, you know what? That's why a lot of girls end up saying and generalizing, they say that all men are dogs, all men cheat. Because maybe when you've met 7 guys previously and they've all cheated on you. Yeah, all of the seven guys you met
I
that
get it.
cheated on you.
Yeah, unfortunately, relationships are like that, Mo. And it's very unfortunate that most people get judged behind their past, man.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's okay, hey? Some people get judged because of the past because, no, man, he's too sweet, man. He can be a stand-up guy because of how swift and mushy you seem. And then most girls would end up dumping you for that, and some girls would be like, "Me, because bar or soft, man, bar what that tema." But eventually, going through or dating so many different people actually sometimes leads to you finding the correct person. How are you gonna learn if you don't experience heartbreak and heartache?
But the thing
Life is an experience, Mo.
It is. But now with that experience, are we, trying to do some evaluations while we are in the relationship? Because a lot of guys, I've seen a lot of guys, they have found out what their partners are complaining about after they've been dumped. No more, you are weak. Why didn't you tell me while we were in the relationship?
Like I said, remember when I said that it also has to do with ego because some guys don't receive it properly.
Yeah.
For example, maybe dating and I say like, babe, I don't like the fact that you don't know foreplay. So when we get intimate, try doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And some guys, I mean, sometimes. Or no, man, I don't like that. I don't like doing that. But these are pleasures that also tap into the chemistry that will also build the relationship. Remember that dating is also about compromise. If you're not willing to sacrifice or compromise some of your attributes so that they can link up with mine, and if I'm also not willing to do the same, then we're always going to be at a standstill. And
I get what you're saying because those things, there are people who don't know what we call approach. Because that's why you will get a guy to say, hey, I don't do those things, because your first approach was like, yo, when are the into tanda like, no, relax, ask the question, do you know how to do this? Like, no, I don't know. What is that? Okay, let me teach you, and maybe let's go see someone, a counselor, a therapist who will teach us to say, okay, this is how we can improve our relationship. The problem with a lot of relationships nowadays is the manner of approach. Because hence I'm saying that 70% of the guys, they are being told after they've been dumped what they've been doing wrong. It's only when you realize, this thing has been hurting you, but you've never, you are not telling me. And the thing is, other people, they assume that that whatever that you're doing, it's hurting them. It's like, it's hurting me. If you don't say it, I'll continue doing it, because when you're not saying anything, it's like, hey, Fetu, sure, Zokbona. And then you're like, okay, enjoy. And then when we dump each other, you're like, no, I didn't like it. No. Talk now, Guti. No, just know that it is the last time you're doing this. And please, if you're going to do it tomorrow, Mina, I'm leaving you. Then a guy will, reflect on what he's doing to say, no, man, you know what, guys? My mate doesn't like me going out at 11 o'clock at night. So I have to stop it. If we have to meet, as or let's make, plans. We can't always meet. What are we doing? And now you have a partner, you have a responsibility now, right? At home.
When you say that sometimes a female should literally address it, it reminds me of this other situation. Those Facebook reels where these guys always like try to fix relationships or will swap your phone.
Yeah.
There's just one video that I saw. It's based in South Africa. So this colored chick was dating this other Zulu guy.
Yeah.
And then so they were trying to sort out relationships and they were trying to sort out their relationship and basically rekindle or revive whatever fire that was literally out. And then the girl was afraid of telling the guy about who Erumin because he's a bit violent.
Yeah.
So she went onto the show and asked for help so they can address this issue. So they went to a nice little place, and then she told the guys, like, babe, like, mina nyakuthanda, I love you.
Yeah.
But my problem is that you don't use lube. And the guy's like, what do you mean? It's like, no, you don't do this. And I've tried to tell you, and you would say to me, mina ngumndoda Zulu, we don't do that. So sometimes there are some females who literally try to sort out the issue while we are still in the relationship. But like I said, ego sometimes. And I don't know if, and in Topical, we can't even say, for example, you and Banele are friends, right?
Yeah.
And I'm, like I said, I'm dating you. And I want to ask Banele to actually ask you about the certain thing. If I ask him to talk to you about it, or we like in a group of setting, and then they're like, when Abanele, you don't do this and that. They have like open line of communication. We're all sitting there as friends and giving each other advice. And then I raise an issue. And then when I'm more like it. So sometimes it's not easy to say. So that's why some females, because of the people they know that they are dating, prefer raising their concerns after we are flopper on this and this and this. You don't know how to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Such things like that.
So in South Africa, where relationships often carry deep cultural and family ties, the idea of taking a break isn't always clearly defined. Some see it as a full stop, others as a comma, and in a society where community and reputation matter, the decision to confess or stay silent can have a ripple effect beyond just the couple. You know, in which is something that we were just speaking about earlier, that you not communicating to someone, it feels very bad. You know, that, no, man, it should be clear that you need to communicate your feelings with me. To say, dude, you don't want me. It's bad to ghost someone without even telling them that you don't want them anymore. You know, so if you tell them that it's over, then you ghost. I mean, it's clear that, man. And I don't have, you know, I struggle to also understand you saying to someone it's over, but not blocking and deleting the number. If you say it's over to someone, why don't you delete the number? Like, I struggle to understand some of the things to say, okay, you've just said it's over to someone, and yet you're busy looking at their statuses. They look at yours, you know, they're looking at how is life. No, this is a person that this is a person that you have been with maybe for the past 5 years. Right? You are now looking into what they are into, what they're doing. That is going to be disturbing. It's really going to disturb you at some point to say, no, man, that means now you've been doing this. You know, that's when you look at your ex status, like, oh, now I understand why he wanted a break. This is because delete the number and don't look at what they're doing anymore. Because there was a reason why you dumped them. Right? Why do you want to follow their life now? Why do you want to know what is it that they are posting? What is it that they're doing? Who are they going out with? Who are they seeing next? You know, sometimes people can't, you know, cut those strings that were once attached. Yes, it's difficult, but it always goes back to the person who said it's over. Like, okay, it's over, it's fine, but you're the one who's hurting because you thought saying it's over is going to help you and bring you peace in your life, right? So, our relationship in SA, they deep cultural and family ties. As much as a Zulu guy is saying, yeah, I don't do that. Yeah, matonga, yeah. No, I don't do that. And now you don't have to say based on what social media has been doing and the trends. No, this is what people are doing. Like, no. Mina, I'm a Tswana guy and Rona rates into this. So I'm a Zulu guy. Ekaya asigwenzi lokho ama-Blake lokho angwazi mina. Good, hey, break this, break that. No, imagine, because sometimes you see it in marriage whereby whenever you are married with someone, you live in the same household, there's a time whereby your wife will say, you know what, let me go back home, in which it's allowed. It's allowed culturally, you know, for a wife to go back home to bring back, you know, her senses and, you know, just they will call it, you know, just to remind yourself to say, okay, this is still you. Yeah, you are in a marriage, but it doesn't take, you know, away the fact that you are still the child of this home. Because you have changed your surname, it does not mean now you fully belong to those people. No. If something happens, don't go and sleep to your friend, your male bestie, your female bestie. No. Go home, and then when you get home, you rejuvenate all of the energy that you need to take care of your husband or your wife. And then people live happily ever after. Right? Just let us know, man, in terms of what do you think? So the question is it better to confess and clear the air or keep quiet and move forward? We are Tula, is like nothing has happened, or you confess and say, you know what, this is what happened. And have you ever been in that situation or know someone who has been in that situation whereby they're struggling between keeping quiet and confessing? Hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show is the hashtag to use it right there on YouTube. Right now, what we're going to do is to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll give you your daily bread, which is today in history, word of the day, and some of the national days that we are celebrating today, and celebrity birthdays. It's something that we're going to be giving you. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Hey family.
Hi.
My name is Tisiga Mazbugo Shabalala.
My name is Moketi Maimane.
My name is Musi Miss.
My name is Ketsueke Mguni.
On the Vooka
Breakfast Show.
Every weekdays from 7 a.m.
to 10 a.m.
This is where we are going to have our topical discussion featuring various experts from different fields.
We're going to take care of you, and it's going to be amazing, man. Right now, I'm on the set of the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blink-On Network.
Do not forget to subscribe.
That's Vooka Breakfast Show on Facebook and all other social media platforms.
Vooka.
See you there.
This is Ted, the Wild Irish Comedian. You're watching Vooka Breakfast Show. Tune in every morning, Monday to Friday. Well, yeah, I should have lost a memory. Yes.
Wow. Because on a Friday morning, this is what we do. Right here on Mr. B, please help. With oh, okay. Is it me? Oh, are they? Okay. On a Friday morning, this is what we do only and exclusively right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blink-On Network. Only spending some quality time with myself, the one and only MOOC, the beauties and the joys of live streaming, man. This is what happens, you know. So a very interesting topic and discussion that the team has been discussing and talking about. But with that being said, to what promises to be your favorite rendezvous, or what should by now, if you've been spending some time with us. I mean, from the conversation that Banelo, or the topic or the discussion that Banelo was having with us yesterday morning, this should by now be your absolute favorite rendezvous, only and exclusively right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, brought to you by the Blink-On Network. Between the hours of 7 and 10 every weekday morning, Monday to Friday, we're always taking such good care of you, having bold conversations with industry professionals aimed at giving so much information and knowledge, compelling, all-encompassing, and of course, thought-provoking. Spending some time with me, like I said, the one and only MOOC. Mister, I'm so happy, and I'm excited to be in your presence. It's been 2 days since we last saw each other, and I've missed you so much. The time right about now is 36 minutes after the hour, 8 o'clock on a Friday morning, the 4th of July. Morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you're keeping warm. I hope you're great. I hope you've been having a great week, Mo, thus far, man. I mean, this is the first week of July, and clearly this is midwinter, man, and it's what happens. But with that being said, do continue engaging with us across all our social media platforms using the hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show. So that's Vooka Breakfast Show on Facebook and all other social media platforms. But of course, you know that it needs not to end there. You can also continue. You can also continue interacting with us, getting in touch with us on WhatsApp using the number 060-493-3226. So that's 060-493-3226. Comment, like, subscribe, and do the things that are necessary to be done, so that you and I and Mo and Afriberry and of course the rest of the team can share our thoughts and our opinions and everything else in between. Mr. Mo,
yeah, of course, man.
How's it going, my brother?
Just by speaking about breaks, you know, you decided to join us after a break.
Yes.
It says a lot about you.
I've been listening to you guys.
You are someone who has been taking breaks in their relationship.
There we go, Labua, guys. There we go, Mr. Mo. Yeah, man. The one thing I will say, 3 things. I don't subscribe to the mentality of Sibatala. Okay. And I've mentioned quite a couple of times why. Just because being an elder in society in general doesn't constitute smarts. It doesn't constitute wit. It doesn't constitute or qualify great reasoning capacity,
Yeah.
emotional intelligence, and emotional maturity. So this mentality of, or the subscription of sibatala menas khulume, it doesn't work. I personally just don't subscribe to it.
Yeah.
The other thing is communication. In everything, I think communication opens up the door to a lot of things, to a whole lot of things. You might not necessarily be the greatest communicator, but communicate nonetheless.
Yeah.
Right? I'll put brackets under it and say, with the truth thing that you mentioned, ideally, truth is great. Telling the truth is great, ideally.
Yeah.
Realistically, sometimes what you really don't know won't hurt you. Honestly, realistically.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fine. Just go on with your life because it has no bearing. Because if you are told and you do know, eventually you find out, and then it leads to a whole lot of things. We've seen people taking their own lives, chiefs, because of being told the truth or being told things that they should not have known. Won't understand. And then the third one, I'm forgetting the third one, but those are the highlights for me from the conversation you just had.
Yeah.
With taking breaks, chief, man,
You've never taken a break.
No, man.
Like has anyone, maybe suggested?
Bona
I'm
go
trying to
sena metsi ko sekolong
Yeah.
ga go sena metsi sekolo a setso gona gore le tla bua ka 1 o'clock
But school is not a break.
yes
We have a short break and we have a long break.
ke a toilet ke a bua ntho ya gore ka go bona after 6 months and an entire semester like Banela was saying
It's
no,
a break.
no
It's a break.
sekolo a setso it's fine
I'm trying to grow spiritually, intellectually and mentally.
great I love
Right?
that for you
Yeah.
great
So
Bona, there's no
let me do it on my own. Let
Absolutely.
me act on my own to say, let me
Great.
find myself.
I love that for you
Yeah.
go do it you'll find someone else great absolutely scholar assets but anyway those are just my thoughts from the things that you guys were talking about, Mr. Mo.
Yeah.
A very interesting one, man, a very interesting one. I personally have never taken breaks. I don't believe in them necessarily, and I don't know, do you, man?
Yeah.
Do you? Mara skolo setso asetso ntho ya gore ha ke boa ke toilet I'll see you
Yes, I mean it depends. That's why ne re bua gore but sometimes you need to look at the nature of the break, right? Because like hear me out. There's someone maybe who will go through a loss, right? Maybe they've lost their father, their mother, and they're like, "Ish, missed. Like, please, man, for the next 6 months, I just don't want to be near anyone, even you."
Great.
You're leaving them.
No, sharp. Ha ke go ganetse.
Okay.
No, great.
So
Go and be by yourself.
are you fine if we get back together after 6 months?
Look, man, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to make it a standard thing across the board and generalize because I'm an individualistic thinker. But I honestly don't know how I would react 6 months later.
Yeah.
Chances are, sharp, because you know what happens. Here's the thing, and not just in intimate relationships, just in friendships and relationships, and just in the connections that we have with other people in society.
Yeah.
The minute you and I are away from each other, I learn to live without you.
Yeah.
You learn to live without me. And coming back, it's not going to be the same. It's like reheating McDonald's fries the next morning. It's not the same. Or is it?
Like, I know it's not the same. I'm just laughing at the analogy.
But you get what I'm trying to say, though, the analogy, the exaggeration behind it.
I mean, fair. It makes sense how you're putting it. But coming back to that 6 month sabbatical, we're in school.
Great.
I'm asking you.
Yes, go study. I want that for you.
Sure.
Completely.
Sure.
And then, great.
Problem is we not
go study, chief. I'm not saying you shouldn't study.
I think with everything that we go through, especially when we are in relationships, the part that we're always missing is looking in the benefits of what is about to happen right now, because there are benefits of a break.
Sure,
there are.
I can see that. Absolutely.
And when you discuss them with your partner, and it's not to say now you are coming up with an excuse for you to stay away from me, to say, no, man, you know what, I need a 6 months break because I know this is going to work out for us. I know this is going to help our relationship to be steered forward, right? But after the benefits is something that you see after to see, man. Oh man, my partner has really grown from some of the other things.
Sure,
You know, it's
I can
something,
see that.
and it's something that maybe in the 6 months. It could have prevented them, you know, to go through to say, okay, that smallanyana growth, you know, that she needed, she got it in the 6 months.
Sure.
That, you know, you guys were off. And then from there, you are able to see, okay, there are benefits of a break.
Absolutely.
And from there, I don't think there is going to be another break. And it's something that we haven't got into to say,
No,
how
I
many
agree with you.
breaks are we allowing in a relationship?
I agree with you. There
Yeah.
could be breaks, and but there's a whole lot of contributing variables and factors, right, to
Yeah.
the whole situation, and each situation differs from the next.
Yeah.
Like I just said, I don't think there's a standard thing across the board.
Yeah.
But there's one thing that Trevor Noah said, and I like listening to that guy because he makes quite a lot of sense for me.
Yeah.
The one thing he said, especially in marriages, when Afroperi, he said that he doesn't think that married couples should always be together. Like this is literally like this is in the same house, and I absolutely agree with that. Completely, I completely resonate with that. Chief, I don't know room somewhere rentang. Uye beke, ubwe beke dule, elatelang ke nna. Honestly, I honestly do not, and I agree with this. He said that he doesn't think that married couples, were made to always be together.
Yeah.
Let me cook like Banabacho.
Cook, my brother.
I think COVID and lockdown is a great example of this.
Yeah.
People are like, I think Jada between Will and Jada, one of them said, "Ay man, kanto so kante." And look at how long they had been married. Look at how long they've been married, and they're like, "Ay man, kante, ay man, Afriperi, kante, kanto so kante." No, before the entanglement.
It was
thing.
before the entanglement, actually.
I think what led to entanglement was that, well, one of the contributing factors was exactly that.
But I think it shows that a lot of people, they are scared of the real partner they are with, because yes, we have money, we are waking each and every time we're now just planning, yes, it's dinner date, you know, night dinner date and those things like that. But now when we are faced with reality and seeing your person for who they are, now you start getting scared to say, no, this is not what I subscribe to.
I don't think it's fear necessarily, but I think it's now we're exposed to each other,
Yes.
the true selves.
Why do we
of
have to
each
run
other.
away?
We're not running away. I get it. That's why there are other factors in life where we go out, because we don't spend the entire time together.
Yeah.
So work
Yeah.
and dates
Yeah.
and outings
They
and
keep us
family,
busy.
they keep us busy,
Yeah.
right? And get on it exciting a relationship, or that contribute to the relationship having fire. Constantly. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So I don't reduce all day every day. Let's
talk.
Oh, Mokimo. We've talked.
It's not a thing that we do in the 21st century. That's why we had so many divorcees and divorces happening like literally during COVID, because we literally spend 3 hours a day together.
Yeah, completely.
The rest of the time, you at work, I'm at work. When we come back, I'm cooking dinner, also doing
And then,
homework.
woman-
You checking up on work, and then dinner time.
Ke
2
kgona
minutes.
ho dula hands on how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Completely,
We
no.
can't even finish a whole movie. We're already done. We're sleeping by that time. Come weekend, even then, we have family or friends over. It's barely time for me and you. So it has become a norm in our marriage.
Yeah, no, the issue is being plugged in.
Yeah.
I think the issue, in fact, most of us experience it where to be fully present,
You have to unplug.
most people struggle with
With
that.
unplugging, yeah, completely.
Like I'm here. I
Yeah.
need to be here. My mind needs to be here. And that's why couples would experience that distance between them, or one party would at least experience the distance because they're not fully plugged in. You have to
Yeah.
be there. You have to
Yeah.
be present.
Yeah.
So if I'm here, I'm here.
Yeah.
I can't be at work. And I think there was a podcast I was watching where if you're supposed to be here, but you're at work, it means when you arrive at work, you're also going to be somewhere else. So you're never really present, and you're never really plugged in all the time. So I think that's the issue that most people experience when it comes to being fully present. Right. So that's where the problem is. Can you be fully present?
I think you can, but it takes a whole lot. And the one other thing I've also mentioned, I think if this was with TC, is that a lot of people struggle with being by themselves. I've seen it. And I think the reason I'm able to identify it so quickly is that I've spent a lot of time by myself. So I see when someone struggles very quickly, because you constantly want to be around friends, you want to be on the go, you want to be out somewhere. Let's go get drinks, let's go get food. Exactly. A lot of people, The other thing is a lot of people struggle with not being in a relationship.
You're always
with someone. You're always with someone. So you don't mourn the relationship, you move on to the next. Or it might not be like a serious, like mjolo type of thing, right? But it's a thing where you're always talking to someone. You're always wanting to spend something. You want understand that. It might not be physical where you guys are. And because you struggle with your own thoughts, you struggle with finding yourself out. Who am I? What do I like doing? Am I a reader? Am I a movie watcher? Do I follow podcasts? Do I listen to music? Do I listen to the radio? Consile with your own thoughts and feelings and emotions, and so that when you go into a relationship, and this is the thing, we leave so much of ourselves with the different people that we've dated in life that we bring all that baggage to the next relationship and to the next and to the next and to the next. Then you haven't reconciled mojolo wa gago le Afriperi, ha o tlo jola le TC. Ha o so reconcile wa Afriperi le TC, ha o tlo jola le Fifi.
Reflection.
One understand more on the relationship and go through it and like really figure out, you know what, I invested more. An investment is not finances alone. You invested time, you invested momentum, emotions, feelings, your thought processes, your being as an individual. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And so I think that's part of the struggle that we're facing worldwide as a society, as a people in general, is that we don't reconcile and speak to ourselves. I absolutely talk to myself. I need expert advice, Chief. I need expert advice. I talk to myself, and sometimes I look and I sound crazy. I've gotten to a point where now, so I do it in front of my friends. Like, I'll be here, and I'll go into my own world. I don't know what happens. And I'll start, I'll giggle. And Shomeka's like, hey, wait, now, to come back. Why are you? Understand? And so,
I mean, it's a struggle, man, for a lot of people, and I get it, né? Because it goes back to one of the conversations I was listening to, from this psychologist, saying that it's all about how the society was structured, from years to years, because there are people who yearn for social connection, and now in this, socially, I don't know, but our social construction is messed up to a point that. Now people, when they yearn for social connection, it looks like they're always seeking. But there should be a place for those people who are always there. Because when you look into tribes, back in the days, when you look into how they used to, their way of life, and it was always constantly being around each other. So this thing, it's always passed on from generation to generation, and you always ask yourself, why do I always want to be around people?
It's a certain dependency that you've learned and has been embedded in you. But for me, I grew up as a loner. I was like the only child for like a full-blown 17 years. So I learned to cope with being by myself and being with people. And for me, because I was like the weird kid, so I learned that I don't necessarily have to be around friends all the time in order for me to just have fun or just be me in a sense of way. That's why I think also in relationship, I don't like a clingy partner. I would rather date mutu odulang ko kind of Midlands because you're far from me.
Yeah.
And for that, it also assures me that even if you're not close to me, but let's say maybe I'm dating somebody who's like, for example, a pilot, a person who's always traveling, I won't be dependent to such a point that when you're not around, it becomes a problem where I get sick. And I learned to attach and detach at a very young age because I was a kid who would like literally get sick. My grandmother could not go to Northwest and leave me behind. I would change kikule no yana. That's how attached I grew towards my grandmother. And because of that, I saw that it was literally changing how I think about myself and my psyche about myself. It got so bad, like in grade 3, she had to go leave for like a whole month. I couldn't even go to school. I was sick, like motor class was thinking something, and I was like, you know what, this is not good for me. I started changing from then that as much as a person is also needed for some certain stability in my life, I also need to have a mindset where I learn that letting go does not mean that this person loves me less if they're not in front of me.
Yeah.
So that's something that I'm grateful for when it comes to that word. Being able to attach and also detach without losing whatever emotional bond that I have with that person.
No, that's good.
Completely.
Yeah. So when you're there, you're there. If I back.
Yeah. Dependency. And that's the thing. I think it comes back to the point that I was trying to make, that a lot of people depend on the relationships that they form with other people. But Mo, I don't know if you can do that on your side. So this is the thing that I was referring to with Trevor Noah. So let's take a listen and hear what he has to say.
Of living together before you get married.
I'm a big advocate for not living together ever, even if you're married.
Really?
Let
me hear this.
I think one of the biggest reasons people get divorced and relationships break up is because of this cohabiting bullshit that we've come to believe is the way relationships are supposed to be.
I'm going to recommend a relationship with Robin Quivers for you.
Oh my God!
No, but you understand what I'm saying.
The other person who doesn't want to live with anybody.
No, but
yes,
you understand what I'm saying. And
that's
good. But that's what I'm saying. That's good for you. You cannot tell me that everyone was designed to live the same way.
Not everyone.
And that's why I'm saying our intimacy can be expressed in different ways.
What's going to happen with you, I wonder?
I don't know. And that's what's beautiful.
Of living together.
And we can agree to it. And it's not everyone. Because we know that there are people out there who want to constantly be around their partners. To say, no, man, I always, want you in front of me. I always want to be with you.
But
that's the reason I've always wanted to marry you.
You and I need space. You need space. I need space. Because here's the thing. I remember during COVID, 2020 or 2021, of most of my friends, or with this group of friends specifically, there's 4 of us. Yeah. I'm the only one without a child.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All of them have children, and we were talking, and and I'm saying to them, before you are a parent, you are an individual. We're talking about something. Chief, this one friend of mine looked like kemo offended. Honestly, honestly, it was as if kemo offend. And I'm like, Chief, me saying that, and maybe, and I'll take this, right, that I might be coming from a biased place, from a place of lack of experience, from a place that perhaps might not necessarily be that informed. But my reasoning for this and how I qualify it is that before you are a parent, you are an individual. Before you are a friend, you are an individual. Before you are a girlfriend, a wife, a husband, a boyfriend, you are an individual. Before anything else. And but this needs not say, I'm not discarding the fact that you are a parent, and this means not, like Afripere just said, that you love your children or your child any less just because you recognize that you are an individual first. It takes nothing away from how much you love your children. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And so, even in friendships, this is just in general with any kind of relationships that we form. When we're together, just because I'm away from you doesn't mean I love you any less. And so now it speaks to the point that I made earlier, that communication is a huge part, guys. You might not necessarily be the best communicator. And I know you've said this about yourself, Afripere, right? Where you learn, sometimes you might come off as crass. You might come off as harsh or blunt or anything. But here's the one thing. You communicated. It might not have necessarily been in the best way more. But ubwile. And honestly, like I said, honestly is not always the best solution at the time. I told this to Stephen a couple of weeks ago. We were talking, Afri and I and Stephen. I'm saying, you don't have to be honest with me in the moment. In the moment. So now we're speaking to social awareness. Spatial awareness. Read the room, my guy. Awareness. So wabona gore Musi is on a high. Musi is enjoying himself. Musi is on an adrenaline. Is this the right time? No. Hey, no, man. People are excited. Yo, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Save the comment for later.
Rather.
Yeah.
Just say, wow, and then I said really too, once the adrenaline has gone down, the cortisols and the emotions and all of those things have gone down really too. I'm able to be honest with you as a friend and go like, you know what, Bragg, I blind, and this is not meant to be malicious or hurt you in any way. But the meal that you came up with was not necessarily the best tasting one. One understand? And so if the person is also emotionally intelligent and mature enough and has high functioning level of reasoning capacity, they'll digest this information, receive and process. One understand? And so we can have a conversation. This is where communication comes in now. One understand? But Marana, you said you love it and it's great. And you're able to articulate yourself. It was high Nakwele. People are around you, and there was a lot going on at the time. So I felt like it wasn't the right time. Yeah. So just spatial awareness, reading the room. Like I said, there's quite a few things that contribute as factors and variables. But honestly, it's not always the best policy in the moment. And in an ideal world, completely, let's be honest with each other. But like I always say, it's not what you say in more than most cases, it's how you say it. So communication. Just talk. At least you've said something as opposed to keeping silent. But also, silence can help sometimes. But it's how you're silent. Because silence can also communicate a lot of things. Listen to the silence. Listen to the silence. You're sitting there. This lady I remember last year, it was exactly a year ago, was just sit in a room. And that's why I remember I told you when I like those clocks that go. Sit in a room, only one. Listen to the silence. Yeah. Listen to the silence, and you'll see that the universe will communicate a whole lot of things to you, and it might help in growing you as an individual, man.
Very interesting, man. So, manje, as let's take it to the people and see what people have to say right there on YouTube. I have Hector Takalani coming through saying, #Vooka Nation sifugile. It's cold outside and it was raining, man. This Friday is blessed. Don't mind the coldness, man. Right? And then, of course, morning to you. And then electricity is messing up everything. Yes, and that doesn't mean we have to stop, guys. Even if go outside in the coldness. Yes, man. Do some, what do you call wood fire? Firewood. Be active, guys. It doesn't mean that, man, when it's cold, you have to snuck into your own, what do you think? What is this? Snuck into your own blanket and not do anything. I mean, they're even selling it, foreign nationals, right? There's puzzle shops. They even sell it right now, So, yeah, man. Hector saying, what's on my mind is the fact that life is too short and we take things lightly. We don't want to talk. Like my friend who passed away last week, and now tomorrow we are burying her. She used to, right? And Hector shared this beautiful thing of her. Amantle leseho mopeloa. May her soul rest in
Do you know this girl, Mo?
No.
Where's the guy? I want to mo bitumelo. I want to check mo TNT ke na ka tau. Singa tau ka phiri. I get it tau is the main road. It is. It's this girl. I actually didn't know. TK, I didn't know that you guys were friends. But yeah, I think they had a memorial service for her yesterday. Taking around Mokas, if not at her house more day. But yeah, she's being buried tomorrow. And I went to church with her. So I think if I'm reading it correctly, Mr. B, it should say St. Angela Catholic Church there tomorrow morning.
The church service. So the funeral details are right there. If you're someone who wants to go and pay that respect, we invite you to join.
Too early, man.
Yeah, we invite you to join as we honor her life and reflect on the moments we shared and say our final goodbyes. Funeral details tomorrow, Saturday, 5th of July. Church service venue taking place at St. Angela's Catholic Church at 18 Mokesi Street in Dobsonville. Service begins at 9:30, and then they will depart for the cemetery at 11:30. The burial site is at Rodiport Cemetery. Ladies are kindly encouraged to wear red lipstick in honor of her signature
Yes,
look.
actually.
Yes. Love for a bold red
today.
lip
Yeah, she
something.
did.
She wore beautifully with
She did
pride. Man.
like,
May her soul
red
rest in peace. And thank you so much for sharing that, Mr. Hector. And then I have Zinzi coming through saying, condolences, Hector, regarding your friend. Life is too short. May she rest in peace. Yes, sir. And then Zinzi, in terms of what we were talking about, right? She came through and said, does being comfortable in your own space result to being socially awkward when you are around people because you are not used to that environment?
Comfortable in your own space.
Yeah.
To social awkwardness.
I mean, for other people, it takes time for you to adapt to
Social battery.
the environment. Yeah, because now you have to read everything that is going on, the kind of people that are in the room. Because sometimes there are things that you are not even supposed to say. Because you get to, let me say, for example, you get to a church service, you can't say. There's some of the things you can't say, and there are places where you need to be before you come to them, right? When you get into the place, you don't go around, asking things. No, sit there. Someone will come to you and assist you, right? But does it result to being socially awkward when you're around people because you're not used to their environment?
It can.
Yes.
It can contribute. Too much of everything sometimes is not a good thing.
Yeah.
So too much of being by yourself is not a good thing. I had to unlearn that trait about myself and that attribute where I would get bored when people come to my house. After a while, like after an hour or two, I'm like, hey,
but it happens to me.
Honestly, like
it happens to me because
No, I understand that, hey.
But I had to unlearn that. Look, some people love being around you, because maybe your space isn't inviting, or the energy and the aura that you carry with you is a nice one that people want to be around. Because there are people like that, and I think I've found that, and I could be wrong, but a lot of cancers actually, but who are in this season, people like being around a lot of cancers. Yeah, like cancers just have July babies have this thing where we are drawn to them for some reason. I've seen, at least in my experience anyway. So
not the baby that I live with.
Maybe some one. I mean, I'm talking about adults here. Maybe some one, some but when you get to an adult phase and and you understand yourself, I've seen. But I think being too much around people can be a bad thing, where it comes back to that thing, you can't be by yourself. And then being by yourself too much can also contribute to social awkwardness, where you also trying to enjoy and just let loose and have fun, relax. It's not serious. Maybe we're drinking, we're watching a movie, we're at a party, we're at a social gathering. It's just keep social, just relax. If it's not that serious, and just relax. Just keep woman. So it's a balance. It's about striking a balance, man.
Yeah, because but with me on how I relate to this, does being comfortable in your own space result to being socially awkward? Because my dad always hosts these, these societies. So like for me personally, man, I find it, I don't know, but I always have this thing, I get too scared, to be around elderly people.
Why?
Like Kiataba, I don't know why, because that day I almost slept the whole day. I even didn't go to the toilet.
Hi, Mo.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
and I think it also comes to being taught that you need to respect elderly people.
Oh, okay, I see that.
So with me, it was something that
was instilled.
Dula style, don't. So each and every time when elderly people come in, like I don't know how to act. I'd rather hide myself. I'd rather hide myself. like I'd rather come out se batsamaile.
I get you.
Because it was better to a point where like next like you know what, man, I don't want to go out there. But my dad was like, no, man, it's wrong. You must come and greet the people, you know, who came in here so that man, you know. Yeah, but with elderly, it happens with elderly people, you know. And if you can, I want to come around elderly people.
Let's say with your brothers. Let's say with your brothers, because you have 2 older brothers, right?
Yeah.
So the oldest one, when his friends are around,
I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, with his friends, because most of his friends are guys, ne?
Okay.
And yeah, they're so social.
Okay.
You know, things like that, you know. But with my dad,
it's a different story. I get that. I also was brought up like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I always tell Ubanelo when you have conversations that I for some reason, and maybe it could be a traumatic experience or traumatic thing that maybe I should look into. But Banalo, what's the equivalent or the synonym for hasten? Rapid to the word, but my process of maturing was slightly hastened.
Okay.
Yeah, just slightly. From my other peers, from my peers in general. So I learned myself quite quickly, early on, more than a lot of my peers in Janeiro. And so I got comfortable, like, hey, chief. Because it's a respect thing, but respect goes both ways. And just because that's why I guess I subscribe to the mentality of because the analogy and the example that I always make, think of yourself back in high school, specifically high school. Grade 10 to matric, right?
Yeah.
When you were in high school, guys, not everyone was that smart.
Yeah.
It's just the plain truth. We know bana ba thola 350. Never letting. Bateng. No, it's happening in schools. I have friends who are teachers. Babu, understand? What do you think happens to those people when we grow up? Do you think that person automatically, magically becomes like a smart person?
No.
Because they are adults? No, chief. Still, yes, and you are functioning adults in society, but you're not so nice. You're not so nice. Understand? Yes, but.
You know, it also goes to sometimes we're told there's a certain way that you need to behave. Yeah, but for me, when it comes to my grandmother's friends, those are like people who also practically raised me the same as my grandmother. So when they would come, it's a bit of a weird dialogue because they would come to see my grandmother, but in a way, it's like they're also visiting me because they come like, yo, hello, my baby. I'm like, yo, Mamza, how are you? So I always had that kind of relationship with them. I'm like, Chomi, do you want tea? So for me, I grew up respecting them, but it was in a very playful manner. To a point that even my uncle's friends, when they come through, they know I call them by their names and they don't mind because they know that even if I call them by their names, I'm not gonna call them like, "Hi, when it's not like that. I'm like, hey, those kind of things. To a point that they kind of love that and they've never corrected me. So for me, I never grew up a bit shy around my family. But yes, there are some adults that literally, even today, when they come to the house, I literally avoid them. It's my grandmother's sibling. She's the second born in the family. When she comes in and I'm like, yo, because I don't want anything to do with her because she's pretty dramatic. The same goes for my uncle. Like literally when she comes and visits, we move out of the house. You won't find me anywhere near the yard. You'll find me 5 streets down the road because I'm just trying to avoid how dramatic she is. And it's not only me. Even her siblings do the same.
Does she watch the show?
No, she doesn't. No, even if she did, she knows. Like everybody complains about how dramatic she is. It's not. I'm like the grandchild, bruh. I'm not the only one avoiding her. Her siblings, her cousins.
I think it's about drawing boundaries. I think, look, man, that's why I get it. Just because you're an adult, being an adult doesn't constitute smarts and wits and social awareness and all of those things. That's why I can make an example. Respect is one thing. Fear is another. And respect is two ways, right? And what
as
society,
much as it's given, as much as you want to take it, you must also give
receive.
it.
Yeah, it's a
but
two ways.
remember, with the respect, it's not about the other person; it's about you.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
But it's
So
also about
despite what they might be doing.
Yes.
How you were taught and raised, you know that respect is something you give.
Innately have,
not
sure.
necessarily something that
You receive.
has to be reciprocated.
Sure. But I think what society has taught us, and especially in the black society, is that with the dynamic of ngwana le motho o motona, child and elder, is that elder should always be receiving and child should always be giving. That's what has been engraved in us, and that's how it was taught, right?
Yeah.
But now as adults, especially late 80s, 90s children, because we were born in that transitional era where the dynamics had shifted and we went to school with our white counterparts, right? And we learned to articulate ourselves in English. And you and I are not necessarily when white people are around. Because we went to school with white kids, we were taught by white teachers. So it's like, chief, where you find our parents, our grandparents, our uncles and our aunts still have, I don't know who I was watching, and she said this, and they dated a white girl, and this guy brings the girl home to meet the mother. And the mother is, I don't know who it was, recently, literally a couple of days ago. And she bowed, not bow like literally, but it was a hi, how are you? Because it's a construction thing. It's a mindset thing, right? It's what has been engraved in them. Where you and I, Chief, you're my brother, you bring a white girlfriend at home.
Even with Sia Kolisi, when she
brought the white girl, to her family.
The village was scared, man. Like, are we getting electricity?
Exactly.
All of they think is good things are coming, man. It's like when you see a white person, like, wow, strata satla, electricity. Yeah, things like that.
So I think it's that mindset thing where just because I'm in the house doesn't mean I don't respect you. And I think our parents also have a challenge with recognizing or seeing that we are challenging some of these constructs in our society. And not in a bad way. Challenging them is not saying when I'm asking why, okay, Mutswadi, why? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense in this thing.
They can't give you a valid answer
and articulate themselves.
Exactly.
So asking umuntu omdala is seen as if you are not respecting them. But le batho ba batlileng bagolo ba batlileng go gae understand gore o ko motseng wa motho o ne gona le bana ba ba dulang okay pula yana ke kae like TK is saying more you're right. I'm still like that too. As soon as older people come and visit my mom, I leave the room. Leaving the room is nothing wrong because like for me, I have friends or my grandmother's friends. I'll sit for like 10 minutes and it's like as much as this about because go strating o tla bo feta bo mtumediso ka re ke thaka gago because ba teng bagolo ba ba yalo let's be honest go na le ba bagolo ba ba stoutu mme fela a ge mama hi motsadi hi ka eng o le motona yana honestly am I wrong Mr. B exact hi
Musi
hi ngwana
hi Musi
hello papa bona re hello papa wa nkutlisa gore o motho motona so there's just those dynamics more like a push and pull.
There are other elders who like to call you like baby.
Hi baby,
and they grow with it. The more you grow, baby. Honestly,
like I know
that one makes sense.
When you were knee high, it was a baby. It was the context was you are a baby.
But you're still a baby.
No, but you need
how you say it.
And then remember that we live in the 21st century world. So imagine I am Afriperi, then I have like a 50-year-old uncle calling me baby. They're going to think that I got me a sugar daddy. Especially people who do not understand the relationship.
But that's between you and the 50-year-old. So when you were still a baby, they were like, 30, right? So they called you baby then. So what other people think, that's irrelevant. It's between the two of you. So he called you baby since you
Back
were
then,
young.
yeah.
Now, man, she's still calling you baby. So what's wrong with that?
Aye, man.
No, I get you, Mr. B. It's like it doesn't matter what anyone else says.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
guys know.
Context,
Yeah,
like,
you guys
because
understand the
context
dynamic.
between the both of you.
Yeah.
You understand this is what we have.
Yeah. All right, Tsakani B coming through right there on YouTube saying, good morning to Vooka Amahle. And she says, Sivugile and blessed to be here. Hashtag Vooka Breakfast Show. And of course, we are blessed to have you. Thank you so much for joining in. Just let us know, man, some of your thoughts right there. And then she comes through and says, condolences, TK. Thank you, TK. And then, yeah.
TK and TK.
TK and TK. Both TK, man.
Takani and Takalani.
Yeah, man, those heartfelt messages for to Hector's friend, who passed away, and may his soul rest in peace.
Yeah, completely, man.
Right,
Yeah.
And as promised, man, let us go through in terms of what we have in today in history. And after that, there's some interesting topic that we're going to be speaking about, which is family planning. Should you have kids if you are not financially ready?
This is an interesting one. Okay, let's go into today in history.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So let's look into what we have in today in history. So today, 2014, Rolf Harris is sentenced to 5 years and 9 months for indecently assaulting female minors. In 2014, Australian entertainer Rolf Harris was sentenced to 5 years and 9 months in prison for 12 counts of indecent assaults committed between 1968 and 1986. His victims included girls aged between 8 and 19, and the court found he had exploited his celebrity status to gain access and trust. The judge condemned Harris for showing no remorse and noted the severe psychological harm inflicted on the victims, particularly one who suffered long-term trauma. His conviction marked a dramatic fall from grace, stripping him of numerous honors and leaving his reputation in ruins.
5 years in mad.
Deserve 50, man. 50 to life. Alale corner, afele corner. And then in 1954 FIFA World Cup final, Wankdorf Stadium in Bern, Switzerland, Helmut Rahn scores twice as West Germany beats Hungary 3-2. In a stunning upset dubbed the Miracle of Bern, West Germany defeated Hungary 3-2 in a 1954 FIFA World Cup final played in rainy condition at Wankdorf Stadium on the 4th of July. Hungary, unbeaten in 31 matches and boasting legends like Ferenc Puskás, took an early 2-0 lead, but West Germany clawed back with goals from Max Moloka and Helmut Rahn, who sealed the win with a dramatic strike in the 84th minute. The victory marked West Germany's first World Cup title and symbolized a powerful moment to post-war national renewal. Very interesting. And then on the last one, 2012 discovery of Higgs boson particle is announced by scientists at European Organization for Nuclear Research. On the 4th of July 2012, scientists at CERN announced the discovery of the Higgs boson, a fundamental particle that confirms the existence of a Higgs field, a mysterious energy field believed to give mass to other particles. This breakthrough, achieved through high-energy collision at Large Hadron Collider, completed the standard model of particle physics and validated theory first proposed in 1965. The Higgs boson itself is unique. It has no electric charge, no spin, and decays almost instantly, making its detection a triumph of precision and perseverance. Very interesting things that we have for you right there. And then moving into the inventions that are out there. So today we're looking into the printing press. The printing press invented by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 in Germany used movable metal type and revolutionized mass communication by making books and documents affordable and widely available. It played a major role in advancing literacy and sparking the Renaissance and Reformation by rapidly spreading knowledge across Europe. Thank you to Mr. Johannes Gutenberg. Almost look like Gutenberg over there. Right, yeah. And then into the number of days that we are into the year. And did you know, guys, Barry, on the 2nd of July, it was Tuesday, the 2nd of July.
No, Wednesday.
Yeah, it was Wednesday. So they say it was reaching the half.
Yeah, it was like I said
of the year.
I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah,
when I looked it up.
Yeah.
It was the 180 182nd or 183rd day
Yeah.
of the year, where we're literally halfway through the year. Yeah.
So they also say that marks us being the furthest from the year 2000, and we are near the year 2050.
50 or 30?
50.
Oh, 25
Yeah.
years. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We are the furthest from the year
2000.
2000.
And near 2050.
Okay, I can see
where
that.
we are. And today marks the 185th day of the year and 186th in leap year. There are 180 days left and 25 weeks remaining. Days are gone. Days are gone. Days are gone. Days are gone. And then, in terms of the National Day, what we are celebrating today. Today we are celebrating Invincible Day. Invincible Day, celebrated annually on the 4th of July in the United States, is whimsical yet thoughtful occasion that encourages people to embrace solitude and step away from the constant visibility of modern life. Through playful activities like writing with invisible ink and unplugging from digital devices, the day promotes mental wellness by offering a chance to recharge, reflect, and reconnect with oneself away from social pressures. Right? So we should be invincible in some of the days. And I don't think this should be celebrated annually. It should be
Invisible.
a weekly thing, man.
Invisible.
Just be invisible.
I don't get much as invincible. I'm trying
Invisible.
to I see, okay,
Yeah.
Invisible Day.
Yeah.
Encourage solitude, reflection, and tech-free activities to mental wellness on July 4th. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Tech-free. That's why I'm saying it's quite interesting. Very, very.
Yeah.
But there's another thing that's being celebrated more on this day in America and the United States. The 4th of July, which is Independence Day.
Yeah.
Right? Independence Day, the United States celebrates its 249th Independence Day. On this day, Friday, the 4th, or the 4th of July. This was the day in which the country's founding fathers formally signed the Declaration of Independence, officially ending British rule over the colonies.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Man.
I've always wanted, and these are some of the things I'm working towards. The one thing I remember, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, I was talking Lim Dumsane and Liz Dooms, I think, just after the show, we're hanging out in studio, and I'm telling them that I'm working towards not experiencing winter in my life.
Not experiencing winter
in my
so
life.
each and every time it's towards winter, you fly.
I can't June, so July, I go to the north. I can't November.
Why,
December,
do you know what they call, what is this? Global what? Global
warming.
Global warming.
Yeah.
And climate change.
Yeah.
Amen. Sometimes, the weather in the north, it can disappoint you.
Even in the south.
It can disappoint you.
Yeah, I mean, we've had warm days in July. We put a young July, and then we've had crazy cold days in
Because
summer.
That's
crazy.
There's this guy who once traveled with his family, man, and they went to the US, around summer. It was bad because all of their state was raining, man.
Oh,
it was
wow,
like it was raining, man.
But I think it also depends on where you go in the United States.
Yeah, that's why they always encourage people, whenever you travel, just check.
Do your research. Thorough research.
Yeah, do your research. Because
research.
other countries, they like monsoon. It's the monsoon season where it's raining each and every
I know Asian
second.
countries mostly.
Yeah.
Most Asian countries. So, I mean, as part of working towards not experiencing winter, the other thing I'm working towards on trying to achieve is going to celebrate 4th of July in the United States.
Really? Independence Day?
Independence Day. I'd like to see like 4th of July. What's the other one for Irish people? Where they wear green, Mr. B?
Irish.
It's celebrating that small Irish man, the one that lives at the end of the rainbow with a gold part. Yes, leprechauns. But there's a specific
not really leprechauns, but because the leprechaun culture is part of the Irish culture. So, but I forget that. But
you're not the only one.
I'm working towards celebrating those days. So the 4th of July, just the fireworks and the celebrations and the food and stuff like that. Yeah.
What are you working towards?
I want to go celebrate Chinese New Year's.
Oh, Oh, that's cool.
Because I've seen that they have like ice sculptures that literally last throughout the whole year. If it's not that, then I'd go to Switzerland, book myself inside an ice hotel, and see how it goes, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, the 4th of July is being celebrated today.
The one is trying to run away from winter.
Yeah, for me,
then everybody wants to book a nice hotel.
For me, as much as I hate winter, I'm not a fan of winter. But yes, I'd literally love to experience a snowfall. Feel the snow, touch me.
Okay.
Guy, it's literally on my bucket list. Just once, and then I'm never going back. But
Okay,
just
that's
that
cool.
one time to
to
just
Lesotho.
Lesotho. I'll go one day. Lesotho. Go right now. Lesotho, Maria. Lesotho.
Oh, you are a tourist. You
No,
don't
that's
need
cool.
friends.
That's cool. That's cool. I like
I
that.
think
I like
so too, because I've seen that their snowstorms can literally get very hectic, man. Especially with the one that happened last year when the KZN people froze because I can't nail snow. Look over. It was one of the baddest snowstorms ever.
It was actually around this time. I remember I was completely in the house that entire weekend. I didn't leave the house. And I was fortunate enough because it was during holidays like it is now. And I was happy that I don't have to go to work. And I think that week I just came for the other show that we used to do, on the other platform. I came and I left. I didn't even go to rehearsal, I think. I think it was cancelled that week, rehearsal. So I came, did the show, left, went back to the house and stayed in the house the entire time until the snowstorm passed. So yeah, man, Independence Day is something I'd like to experience, Mr. B, like the fireworks and things of that sort, just to see what the hype is around it, and why people love it so much. Independence Day, yeah,
very interesting, man. And speaking of celebrating those days, we know that we always celebrate a celebrity's birthday. And who do we have on our list for today? The celebrities that are growing up for today. The first one is Post Malone.
Oh wow, okay.
Born today, 1995. 30 years old. Interesting fact, Post Malone's stage name, Post Malone, was actually generated by a rap name Generator when he was a teenager.
Oh, wow.
Right? Rapper best known for his debut
Generator.
album, debut single, White Iverson, which he followed up with songs like Too Young, Holyfield, and Tears. He is also talented as a singer, producer, and a guitarist. Happy birthday, Post Malone. And then the next one that we have here is Malia Obama, right? Born today in 1998. And she's 27 years old. Interesting fact about her, she made her television debut in a 2008 episode of Access Hollywood. Oldest daughter of the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Obama published a letter to her and her sister Sasha in a Parade magazine, saying that he wanted her to grow up as a compassionate person with no limits on her dreams. Happy birthday to Malia Obama. And then the last one that we have right here is Eva Mary Saint. Born July in 1924. Turning 101 years. Interesting fact about her, she was one of the first actresses to successfully transition from live television to film during a time when television was often viewed as a lesser medium. Actress who received an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress for her role in 1954 classic On the Waterfront. She also starred in the 1959 spy thriller North by Northwest. So happy birthday to all of these people. And if you happen to know anyone who is growing up out there and you would like to celebrate their birthday with us right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, do make sure that you send in their picture and also you send in their name, man, on the comment section so that we can make it special. It is Friday and we want that Friday to be activated on a very high and a good note.
There's two people that are celebrating their birthdays.
Okay.
One of them is someone who's going to actually come to the show very soon, and we're going to be tasting some very cool cakes by her. Very, very cool cakes very soon. Hopefully, like I've been trying to convince her, and she's in talks with Fifi. So because she has like a 9-to-5 thing going on, it might take a second for her to come through, but she's going to come. But the first one is Ntane Grande man, Ntane Shapo Blindi, Sibonga Gonke Finky. He's a percussionist. He's someone I've worked with.
Think so.
Yeah, man. It's a DK. Someone I've worked with. In the space in general, you know. So he was a cool guy. He was celebrating his birthday yesterday. And yeah, man, I hope Finke had a very cool birthday, man. There's something that we call him, but I won't say it on air, guys, because we can't do such things. And then the last one is Mo. I don't know if you remember on the 16th of June when we were doing the 16 June celebration and stuff. You remember when we were walking around Vooka and we were broadcasting from the streets. Dudu Undu, actually. Because she's a married lady. Cakes by D. She's going to hopefully come up very soon with a couple of cakes so that we can taste Cakes by D. And yeah. Yeah, man. So Dudu was celebrating her birthday yesterday on the 3rd of July. And she was so excited and happy, man. And as you can see in the video, there she was celebrating somewhere. It wasn't yesterday, it wasn't last night, because last night was a working night, but yeah, a couple of weeks ago she was out celebrating and having a good time. And yeah, man, I hope she had an amazing birthday yesterday and that the weekend promises to be a great one. So with that being said, Sister Raga, I love you and happy birthday. Can't wait to have you on the show so that we can taste Cakes by D.
Cakes by D. Shout out to her, man. And as much as you say that she enjoyed her day, man. And this is for all of the people who, you know, actually grow up today and say, you know what, a happy birthday to you.
Hooray! 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 Yeah, man, very cool. You know, more actually like June, like I don't know what's happening, guys. Like September, October, June, July, man. Hey, but July. There's actually quite a few friends of mine who are celebrating their birthdays this month. So yeah, it's gonna be a cool one. I think,
man, very interesting, man. And yes, there's still time, man. If you happen to know anyone who's growing up today, do make sure that you send them and you give them a shout out right here. And before we go to word of the day, in which do we have?
We do.
Yeah. And then our message inspiration for today is nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I am possible.
Oh, wow.
And then the other one, which is the quote for today, is stars can't shine without darkness. Stars can't shine without
push
darkness.
And pull, man. Yin and yang, black and white.
Yeah, man. Very interesting thing. So let's look into what do we have
for word of the day, because you know that the English language is so varied, and it has non-phonetically spelled words, and of course very interesting grammatically or grammatic things, I guess, that it has. I'm forgetting the word that I want to use. But all of these words things of that sort, man. And but you know that on a day-to-day basis, we always try to give you interesting words that have interesting spellings and, of course, interesting definitions, right? And these are words that are aimed at helping you and I improve our day-to-day spoken languages and ultimately our vocabularies. And today is no exception whatsoever. On the 4th of July 2025, the time right about now, 35 minutes after the hour 9 o'clock on a Friday morning, the word for today is resplendent. The word for the day on the 4th of July 2025, Friday morning, is resplendent. The word is an adjective, right? And how you spell this word is as follows: RESPLENDENT. That's RESPLENDENT. Resplendent. The word is an adjective. And the definition of the word resplendent, or the meaning of this word, is as follows: shining brilliantly, very attractive and impressive, through being richly colorful or sumptuous. Shining brilliantly, being very attractive and impressive through being richly colorful or sumptuous. That's the definition of the word resplendent. And how you can use this word in a sentence is as follows: she was resplendent in a sea green dress. She was resplendent in a sea green dress. Similar words to the word resplendent are splendid, meaning magnificent, dazzling, glittering, brilliant, radiant, and glowing. Similar words to the word resplendent are splendid, magnificent, dazzling, glittering, brilliant, radiant, and glowing.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So the word for today is resplendent. It could, looking forward to hearing how you can use this word in a sentence. So the sentence example again is, she was resplendent in a sea green dress. Right? The definition is to be shining brilliantly, being very attractive and impressive through being richly colorful and sumptuous. Yeah. So let's see. Mo, let me come to you first. How would you use this word in a sentence?
Resplendent. I mean, for someone who's always on social media, I think a lot of baddies, they think they are resplendent. Well, they are resplendent on the outside. I've met a lot of baddies who are resplendent on the outside.
Where do you meet baddies?
Yeah. They are there, man,
I
mean, there are levels to baddies, I meet these low-level baddies, that we play around.
Or right? Entry-level baddies.
Yeah, there are entry-level baddies. Okay. And I've met a lot of them who think they are resplendent on the outside, you know. So a lot of baddies think they are resplendent.
Okay. I see. That's cool.
But they are not. They are not, man.
Everybody resplendent, talk to me.
Her nails looked normal until they became resplendent in the darkness.
Nails.
Glow in the dark nails.
Okay, that's cool. We learn, and this is the point of using these words, or learning these words, right? To improve our day-to-day spoken languages and, of course, ultimately our vocabularies. So I would love to find out from all of you who are watching, Zinzi, Tsakane, TK, come through, guys. Talk to us. How would you use this word in a sentence? And to everyone else who is watching and listening, the word for today is resplendent.
Yeah.
So very interesting stuff. Mr. B, would you want to jump in and talk to us how you would use the word resplendent in a sentence as an adjective?
Yeah, so after I dressed my daughter, people thought that she was resplendent. After we did the color blocking.
Very cool stuff. There we go. I love that, man. Very cool stuff.
Color blocking is for winter, man. Winter is for color blocking, man. Just wear anything you can see, man.
Actually, since it's a Fashion Friday, what do you think? Because a lot of people, I know my sister-in-law and her younger sister, and quite a few people in general have mentioned that they feel that or think that winter is the more fashion-giving season than summer.
True.
Do you agree?
True. Yeah. Because I think when it comes to having a fashion sense, man, you look deep into what you want to wear inside and also something on top of it, rather than summer, because Okawara's vestia, leopard, whatever, leopard skin. It just look like that for the whole day.
But
there are people, there are people who wear, those coat, and then inside you have your cardigans, you have your nice shirts
and stuff.
And then when you get to the office, you take it off. So with winter, man, people go out and they make sure, because I think winter is the most stressful when it comes to choosing clothes.
Yes, man. It is.
You take time.
It is.
You take time. So man, I actually agree with that to say, man, when it comes to winter, and other people color blocking fit to blue sock, yellow sock, sharp green, sharp yellow. Wear everything that you want, man. Just embrace the colors.
You were still in primary, during the color blocking season.
Color blocking, yeah.
You were in primary,
primary school.
Ronaido was Afro-Peri, I'm sure she would relate. No, not in a bad way. But
I want to see how I relate to this one.
No, not in a bad way. High school and color blocking, like when it was full in season. I remember my friend was doing his second year in fashion school, and they were really exploring and they were experimenting with the type of clothes and stuff like that. So it's just interesting how it's evolved and
some of them right now they've been turned into fashion because it's like, hey man, now it's what are you wearing? To a point where now, man, it's becoming a thing. People are wearing it, whenever they go to different functions. No, man, it's style and it looks nice.
We should, like I said, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, we should do
a color blocking edition.
No, what's that event go Victoria, it's when I said I was there on Saturday.
Oh, the Fête de la Musique.
Fête de la Musique, Fête de la Musique. We should do Fête de la Musique and a few of those kinds of events. Or I think the creative and artistic space, the creativeness and the different styles of fashion and styling yourself as an individual. It's crazy, in more than most cases, these hats of mine, I'm sure it's the green hat, it's the green glasses, I'm wearing green pants as well, those kinds of things. Specifically these hats, especially the beret, in more than most cases, when I walk into a space, I'm probably the only one. In more than most cases, who's wearing these hats. But when I visit and I go to those kinds of functions and events, I'm so happy. I become so happy inside.
You find your part.
No, you know why more? Because my people are there, chief. But Baba Messi sang like Woody Prele and the hats. And you remember Mr. B last time I spoke about my bangles, how I can't go out without. So I'm within my people and I feel it's just a feeling of I'm home and these are my people, So it's very interesting. It would be cool more. We'll go one day.
Yeah,
hopefully as a team and
definitely.
get
We
to
have to
experience
do that. And then Zinzi Elizabeth coming through with her shot for word of the day, saying, "I can't wait for spring season so I can be in my resplendent." There we go. Yeah, man. And we know, man, with summer, there are a lot of things that are being done, activities, people are always outside. It's nice now in winter, there's no one, man. You can walk in peace, Mutimuaka. Hey.
Where do you live? You live in the hood. You're not walking in peace in winter.
Yeah, man. So before we get into the family planning and should you have kids if you're not financially ready, right? I've got something here where Nesty C got a job at Spa. Okay. Right, so I have a footage right there that shows him being at Spa, and he's an employee right there. They're showing him his contract, right? So this is the video.
I have to trust, bro. No cap.
We don't read contracts, and it speaks to a lot of guys who have been.
I'm gonna have to trust G. Do you want a plastic bag?
That's my boss.
You want a plastic bag?
Do you want a plastic bag? I'm gonna have to trust G. I don't know.
But let me ask you, as an artist, right?
Yes, as an artist.
An artist.
Yes.
Would you, like, take a job to become someone who works maybe at any retail store? And we've known you for quite some years that, Mist has been in the bigger stages, right? And then life happens and you find yourself in Dobsonton,
Give it a go shop, right?
Yeah. Would you, take the offer if your cousin's like, hey, Mist, man, I see, you're kind of struggling, man. I see you. And there's openings, go shop, right? And please, man, send over your CV and let's see what they can do. Would you do it?
Do you want me to respond as Musi Mist? Nah.
Respond as Musi Mist. Yeah, I
or
need
should
your
I
respond
as someone who is involved in the space just generally?
Musi Mist will take the job.
As
I want
that
person who's in the space, who has been involved.
As
in
Musi Mist, Chief, I don't want to say yes or no because who knows what life will bring tomorrow, and then I find myself having to go to work, go shop right, and then go shop right. They dig up episode 94 of the Vooka Breakfast Show, and then I said, on the 4th of July 2025, episode 94, you said you'd never work, so we can't hire you. Why are you looking for a job? But let me. Here's the thing, and this is not me trying to justify anything, right? Yeah. But as creatives, as artists, as practitioners, I honestly really do believe that we are called for something that not a lot of people are called for. This is just me.
Yeah.
On a very personal level. What we do, we vibrate on a different level from other people. We receive things quite differently from other people who are involved in other spaces. And so, by virtue of being called to be practitioners and to be vessels that are used to relay messages from wherever, right? I like saying from the other side. And as practitioners within the space and executioners of the craft, it is a very challenging thing to work a conventional job like this one. Specifically, I guess, because of context of what we just watched, retail, right? Yeah. But in a general sense, just a conventional 9 to 5, it's quite a challenging thing for us. I can name 20. If we had the time, I'm sure I could come up with 20 people we can call now. Yeah. There's one girl I can think of, Nomcebo Mkosi. I remember last year when you remember on that other platform when we were talking and go showing. I remember when I came, I think it was 2-3 weeks I was away from the show, and when I came back, Bonolo was surprised when I told her, when I mentioned on the show that I was cast as a singer in a show called Ingoma, the musical. Bonolo was like, Musi, and she said to me during the show, the run of the show, Musi, I think I've done 3-4 retail jobs this year alone, and the art keeps drawing me back. The craft keeps calling me back. So with that being said, I don't think in a general sense we are called, or conventional jobs like these ones are necessarily for us. So Nakile Musi, honestly, if I'm being really honest with myself, because I've had opportunities to apply for conventional retail, not I say retail, call center, types of jobs, corporate as well, sales agents. I've had opportunities to apply, and I've received the link and and it's really not for us. It's really not for us. And it goes back to what Ste said on Tuesday. And he asked all of us in the room, of all of us here who are working at the Vooka Breakfast Show, have any of us studied, gone to school for the things that we do? Well, understand? I think Banale is the only one who's studied for technical, for producing and engineering and being someone who's well versed.
You didn't.
You didn't, Mr. B.
You didn't. Self-taught.
The proof is in the pudding. Well, understand? So I think we're called for. I don't want to sound Batung. It's funny. It's so funny in that moment. But I don't think we are necessarily called to work those kinds of jobs, and there's nothing wrong with those jobs. Honestly speaking, there's nothing. And we can't all be doctors. We can't all be salespeople. We can't all work in retail, and there needs to be a balance that's stricken. So honestly, if I'm being honest with myself and with everyone more, I don't think I'd take even a retail job like that. Yeah. But
how about you?
Never say never. You don't know what the world has in store for you. You don't know what life has in store for you. I could be up there and come back, and I could be down here and go up. And so, but like me being me now, nah, bro.
You could never.
Nah. Not that I could never, but I don't think I would.
Afri?
Would I work a 9 to 5 as a well-known person? Yes. Retail? No. I'll probably just become a waiter. Reason being because I love the flexibility it offers. For me, I worked at a call center for 3 months, bruh. I gave up. I got tired. That place, it was draining me emotionally. Like being there, I had constant headaches. Corporate is not going to work for me. I went there Monday to Monday. And we sometimes had to work Saturdays. The headaches I had just from that place, like everybody there, we dreaded going there. But we had to go there because we need the money. So for me, I'd rather stick to the one side hustle that I know that is flexible and also allows me to at least be a bit free in a way. And the restrictions is something that I've been able to handle for quite a while. So I'd rather be a waiter or just go back to bartending. One of those two, but otherwise, corporate 9 to 5, yes sir, no ma'am.
No,
I can
How about you, Mo? I mean, you're not an artist. You're not in the space of artistry and like that.
Till this day, I've never done a 9 to 5.
Okay.
Because it stems from what I grew up to see at home.
Okay.
You know, my dad has been doing 9 to 5.
Okay.
You know, mom has once done a 9 to 5.
Okay.
You know, both my brothers, you know, one right now, he's, you know, doing 9 to 5. The other one, he lost his job, my older brother.
Okay.
Right? So I was just seeing the cycle, man, you know, because I think it started from when we were taken to the same primary schools. From the same primary schools, you have to go to the same high school. I almost went to the same college as them, you know, and to find out how PC training is no longer PC training. It's now, I think they changed it, man. Yeah, Richfield. Yeah, it was Richfield. So I think there was a time where I was just, no, man, even, you know, just by paying attention to someone who's doing 9 to 5, for you know, do we even have the time? Because there's also that thing, we're not spending enough time together, right? So I just want to be the different one at home in general. And I'm seeing what it does to people mentally, you know, because with my dad, he just got used to the scheduler. Okay, when I get home, I watch Skim Sam, I watch the news, I go to sleep. You know, it's a thing, you know. It also happens with my brothers, the same thing. I was like, no, I don't want to travel the same route, right?
We end up becoming a robot for society because now we're like literally trained that at this time you need to wake up, go to work, you eat, at this time you have your tea break, you have your lunch, after that you come back, you wait, you already know what to buy this time. If I'm not at the taxi line by this time, I am late. That means I'm 5 minutes late to watching a scheme sun You already, for me, I couldn't stand that. That's why I chose waitressing for me, because like literally after finishing high school, I went straight into waitressing. And I probably did like 6 months of college and then I gave up on it. The other reason why I gave up was because I'm like, bro, I had an argument with my lecturer at that time. SWGC. Doing marketing. I literally gave up because the person would raise a question, I'd give it an answer, and then they would say my answer is invalid or it's not correct. Yet he would give the same answer that I gave in a different way. And I'm like, what's happening here? I'm like, I literally gave you the answer. You said it's wrong, but what you just said is what I literally told you. And he said no, and I literally break down what I said and what he said and made it understand to me. He's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway. You got it wrong. I was like, you know what? Let me not waste my money. Let me just go back and just work and not even come back to college. My family, they always say to me, why don't you go and study? I'm like, what am I going to study? Okay, if I go and study, which job am I going to work in? Let's also look at the job prospectus that are out there. What job am I going to fill in there? If I go and study.
Simple question. Are we as faithful as the options we have?
What do you mean?
So you wouldn't take a corporate job, Now, are we as faithful as the options we have? Meaning that if there was an option for you to become a flight attendant, you would do that if the option is there. But we say some of these things because the option is not there. I mean, in fact, I think it was Chris Rock that made a joke with this guy, but Orrin Hatch is a preacher, ne? Uti, he wouldn't be like, he can't say, hey, I wish these girls can back off, man. That's because no girl is chasing him. So you're only as faithful as the options you have. So if you don't have those options, it's a bit tricky for you to say, no, I chose 1, 2, and 3. Because if there was a job right now that offered you, let's say, 2 million a year,
you would take
in the retail space, would you do it, Afriberry?
I probably would try, but I don't want to I get bored, man.
So
I actually have tried retail.
You're only as faithful as the options you have.
So with me, I think it's a thing of leaning on the structure that's there for me to say, okay, I still have someone at home who works and takes care of some other things. So I am free to have options.
Look, I mean, it goes back to what Tay said on Tuesday. The middle class, we are constructed and taught to be people who function in the middle class, and but what I raised to him, and it's actually interesting that Upumlalanga is coming through in our comment section. I'll read that now. But what I say to him is, what we're finding more is that a lot of the youth is moving into the gig culture, the gig economy now. And I remember, Mr. B, when you brought it up back in May, I think, right? When you were going to do that thing, and you broke it down a bit. No, this is the gig culture and the gig economy now, and this is how it functions. And I think why the gig economy was established or is starting to become a thing now is that people realized that one stream of income was not enough and is just not ideal. So it was aimed at making people have multiple streams of income at a day. Where 5,000 you understand. And when I moved from the show, I'm able to quickly go run. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was running back and forth rehearsals and doing the workshop and stuff like that. You understand. So it's about that. Honestly, me, if I were to be offered a retail job that gives me 2 million, I would strongly consider it, but I probably wouldn't. I would strongly consider it. I don't want to lie to you. Strongly, but not take it. I would absolutely, hey, Chief, because I've had opportunities and job offers like that. Because of someone I know who's inside and is working the job and is telling me, and I've had plenty of people in my life who have not discouraged me, but because of how society is structured and how society views the creative space in general, right? Entertainment, performance, art, music, dance, acting, all of those kinds of things. How people view it is do it as a hobby. Go study, go work, and then you come back and do it on the side. And I strongly oppose that. I'm absolutely for doing what you love and what you're good at. Completely. I'm one who condones it and advocates for it completely. And I took the decision back in grade 9. This is years ago. Over 10 years ago. I'm art. And I've been putting in my 10,000 hours. Fair, I haven't gone to school in a formal way. But I've learned. And I think that's another thing we need to explore. And Tay raised a good point in saying what people came to realize and what people are realizing now is that education has this notion of saying education is the key to success. Is boycotting us and is working against us, and it's proving itself to be false, and it's falling. The statement is falling in on itself.
It's narrow-minded.
One understand? Yeah, to an extent, actually, you're right. More to an extent, it can be argued that it has quite a bit of a narrow-minded outlook and perspective on it. And so, would I consider it a 9 to 5? I would consider. Retail, no, completely not. A 9 to 5, I would strongly consider it, because I've looked into teaching as well, and I've found, because I'm someone who loves history, and I love our segment of Today in History and talking about the thing. I did history in high school myself, and to this day I'm still in equipping myself with quite a bit of knowledge and information that has to do with quite a lot of history. I've been finding myself looking into anthropology as well. Is something that's interesting for me as well. So there are other spaces that are outside of the creative and artistic space that I'm a part of now, that I'm functioning in now. That these are things like I want to go back to school. There's things that I want to go back to and learn and just equip myself, broaden my horizons. Be attractive, like Tess said. Remember, Mr. B, be an attractive individual. Well, understand, so that these things can gravitate towards you and people can gravitate towards you. So would I do a 9 to 5? Probably yes, I would consider it. But would I go into retail? No. And I think, I don't know how true it is, the thing that we just watched with Nasty C. It might be for content purposes, honestly speaking. The fact that Bakwete, Nasty C, and he's
not
vlogging
his real name.
Yeah, and he's vlogging it, and they're showing us his contract, and
first of all, he even has a do-rag there. He's wearing baggy jeans. Nobody in Spa you will see wearing a do-rag.
It's things that
Let's be honest.
When you go into the thing.
But are you saying they cannot wear do-rag?
No, but I'm saying that it's because normal spa employees know that it doesn't fit well with the uniform. That's why you never see them wearing a do-rag.
I think the point
with
that
the
she's
hat.
trying to make is that there's etiquette when you work in those spaces. I mean, with any job, you are trained. I get uniform, how you look and stuff like that, how you speak to people, what you can, what you can't say, the customer is always right, all those types of things. So I think the other thing that society has done is that we look down on our artists so much that when the arts has has worked against them or hasn't been so successful when they have to go into the conventional types of jobs and works that normal people do. It becomes like highway. Now, how many takes? Well, I remember this one time. For me, Ukilakao, I knew him personally. Outside of him being Kilakao, Naki Sakile ko nai nele Sakile. Ning re tswa mo Tablane Mall, o kena mo taxing ke, o nthola ke lutse. Hey, fere sure. And like people are looking at him, Kilakao. Toluguti. Hey. Lafon was like, I know you. But it's like those types of things. Chief, why do we have to do that? And it's a construct that we have to unlearn as individuals in the society, you know. We are people at the end of the day. I remember this guy asked him some Dukes. Yeah. Dukes, there was this one photo of him with WHP way long ago, before WHP lost his life. Dukes was a traffic cop. At a snap, there was a roadblock. How? WHP how? Dukes, go ahead and fetch. And they took a picture. And people were like, hi, why is Dukes here? He has a big song. His song has been the theme song on Skim Sam for years and stuff. And it's like, guys, there's a whole lot of things that go on behind the scenes as someone who's in the space, man. Yeah.
Look, use your talent. So if I met Nasty Scene, I'd probably walk up to him and ask him, can I get a 1 rand or a 2 rand? Any little money that you have, I want to buy bread in the juice can. And if there's change, get a few snacks. I can take a check or a bank roll. I'm kind of limited on cash flow. McD's would be nice or Nando's. Food is prepared on a gas stove.
Come on, Mr. P. Hey, Lyric Vanel on the mic, man. Come on, man.
I mean, he would get up and reconsider his decision.
Come on, man.
Like, yo, I don't belong here.
What am I doing, Jog?
Thank you for
Emma G. Hey, you know.
Thank you for reminding me who I am.
Yeah, so very cool stuff. I mean, Upumlalanga jumps through on our comment section, says, I work a 9 to 5, but love the fact that I work from home. Most companies offer remote working now, so it changes the office game.
Just
true.
By working from home.
Yeah, working from home.
But you know, adding to what we're speaking about right now is when we speak about, you know, when young people are having a lot of challenges and they don't know how to address them. So if you are from a middle class, yes, you are going to be taken to school, you know, and things like that, get a job, you know, because with me, it was the same thing. But I saw the danger when now things are expected of you while you are still in college to say, wena kwena tlo kenyang monyako wena kwena tlo pentang le bota wena kwena tlo godisa
kitchen unit.
Exactly. Already the pressure is there with you, you know. It mounts. Also
you haven't graduated.
You know, so it's those kind of things that we have a lot of young people dropping out. And it's not because I drop out because, no, I don't love it. But already I have so much, you know, before even graduating, before even earning my first salary, I know where it's going. My first, my second, my even up to the 10th salary, you know where it's going to go, right? So it's those other things when now people are in college, they try to now... try to see some other things outside what they are doing at school to say, okay, man, no, I think I have some little talent in drawing, you know, in painting and those other things. Because I did 3 years, but now, unfortunately, I still owe the college.
Okay.
But we know, Hore, when you graduated in that school, you were prepared with a work readiness program and you're going to be placed in other companies, you know. And it's something that some of the students that I went to school with, you know, the pressure that comes with going to that school and finding a job. It's like, yo, Baba, you are from a prestigious school, so you have to know your story.
Okay.
You know, even when you go to work, the things that you must have, even to your phones. Because we saw it while we were in college, there are kids who will categorize themselves to say, no, if you are in this school, these are the certain things. Devices that you need to have. So the pressure starts from there and then it overlaps to go
in the workforce.
Yeah, in the workforce. And also at home, they put you under pressure to say, no, man, because you are paying this much, this is this much you're going to bring back right here. You know, so there are a lot of, you know, instances and pressures that a lot of young people find themselves in. To your point, as you say, I think when I leave everything, no one is going to demand anything from me. because now no one is coming to ask me, hey, when are we paying this? When are we doing this? When are we getting money for this? So it's those kind of things that, okay, it's fine, man. Maybe they will understand when I say, I'm gigging once and this is much I get. And on this gigging, I have to cover transport and things like this. They understand. But now if they know, 12 ranta, they know this is how much they are going to get from your salary. In which it's some of the things that a lot of people are scared to even address. Because when it's discussed at home, it's a serious thing, man. To say, hey, man, we're taking you to school, so you must understand the things that you must do for us. And then you're like,
Let me ask you.
It's an assignment.
It's an assignment.
Let me ask you. What you were studying in those 3 years, was it something that you loved? Was it your choice? Was it something you resonated with?
So the change happened in high school, né?
Okay.
Because the school wanted results.
Okay.
Right. And
hey,
now,
Mutavi.
yeah. Mdavi wanted results, man,
okay.
And we were doing life sciences, and they could see, when it comes to life sciences, yes, the students are not the problems, but the teachers that you hire to teach these kids life sciences are the problem,
okay.
right?
Okay.
So he said, you know what, guys, we are seeing that a lot of grade 10s are failing, so we are trying to create a way for them, space.
What about push?
Yeah, and then that's when they introduced tourism, and the other people that. They said, no, you are going to choose if you want to stay or you want to go tourism. But others are like, no, you.
We're not trying to results, okay?
Because
at the
we
end
need
of the
100%.
Sure.
So now we were stuck in between those, that decision.
The choice, yeah.
Because now you want to do things easier for you. Because for us, we were never taught that failing is okay. You can come back from that. So we were scared of failing.
Okay.
We were scared. No one taught us that, failing is okay. You can still come back, read again throughout the year. So we had to take tourism. Just because, I just want to ease the pressure.
Okay.
To say, I just want to pass high school and get out of this.
So initially, after high
that's
school,
how I did.
You wanted to study what? Initially, before that decision?
After high school?
Yeah, initially.
I was so stuck. Because
you don't know.
Yeah.
Before changing
before
streams.
Tourism.
Yeah, what did you want to study?
I wanted to do something inside of life sciences.
In the science space?
Yeah, in the science space.
Okay, and then now the decision is made, you change streams.
Yeah.
Wapasa, what's the thing that now you are, I guess to a certain extent, pushed to go study?
Travel and tourism.
So you did travel and tourism?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming from what you're telling me, you did travel and tourism in tertiary because of the circumstance of high school.
Yes.
Not hore, it was a subject that you... I get that. So
loved.
That's where now I come in with that point that I was making. I'm someone who really completely advocates for doing what you love. And so... Yeah, man, I look, doing things out of circumstance, I get it. I've also done or made decisions per circumstance. But I'm for first and foremost, do what you love. And do what you are good at and explore.
Yeah.
Guys, explore. Rebanyane, re na le bo 25 to I think most studio, we are between the ages of what? 23, 25, all the way to
21 until the ages of 35,
right? 36, 30, 35, 36, right? And we're still young people, man. And
you need
so
to explore, man.
Explore. There's nothing wrong with letting go of one thing and starting over and getting into a new space. I think at some point in my life, I want to go into teaching.
Yeah.
At some point in my life, teaching music specifically, arts specifically, and I also wouldn't mind. Because now I have a couple of friends who are educators, proper full-time educators. They went to school, they studied, they passed, graduated, and are working now in the education system. And I see the pressures and all of those things, but there are also highs. There are lows and highs with every industry and space, right? I also wouldn't mind teaching English and history. English and history. I have a friend who teaches history on a full-time basis, grade 10 all the way to matric, and I wouldn't mind getting into that space as well because I love history. I love history. I love teaching it. I love talking about it. I love exploring, finding out new things. I mean, what Tia was talking about, that Basotho, Maxhosa, le MaZulu are actually immigrants who came into South Africa. That was so fascinating for me to find out. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Things of that sort. So I advocate for people going, this thing of guys, middle class and how society is constructed and shaped and formed and yeah, man, you know, but
and
yes.
it's bad when you find out horror, you are the victim of it.
Yes.
Because there are those people who are like, no, guys, you know what?
Segregate.
Yeah, I have unplugged from the matrix,
Yeah.
but you're still in it. Are we born?
No, I
Because that
think-
system has groomed you.
Yes, but I
You're
think-
groomed by the system itself.
It's about being aware that you are in it, and so
Yeah.
you're working towards
You are working
unplugging.
towards, yes.
You know, you are still in it,
Yeah.
sure, but it's recognizing and being cognizant. You know what? I'm within the system, but I'm not functioning according towards
yeah,
the
yeah.
system. And so that's why I say I don't subscribe to some of these notions and these things that we have in society. You know, these sayings. As an adult,
Yeah.
as umuntu omdala.
Yeah.
There's no, guys. Being umuntu omdala doesn't constitute a lot of things. Like I've been saying, just because we're friends, I don't subscribe to those kinds of things. I'm an individual first. You know, phela ko di choming, as bo chomi, as bo kele. Wang understand? Ko merekong, hai ko gae. Mara wena kwa lona, are you part of the unit? Yes, you are part of the unit, but are you not an individual first?
Yeah.
You know, so I advocate for individualistic thinking, individualistic reasoning.
True.
Recognize yourself, consult with yourself first, and talk to yourself. What do I love? What am I good at? And this is, I think, where the white community or the white society beats us. This is where they beat us completely because they invest more in the things that they are good at.
They love.
And the things that they are good at. If someone is good at artwork, woodworking, they
give them
invest
necessary
in
resources,
Bale
man.
banyane. So
Yeah.
now we're constructed. Education is the key. You have to go to school. I've come across people in the space. There's this one guy, Khotso. Khotso is a bassist. Khotso, I meet him 2 years ago. Raspana and stuff like that. I come in as a musician, as a singer, as a vocalist.
Yeah.
We're working. So there's jargon, right? Like Loro, I'm almost spacing. Banele yesterday was talking about jargon in the technical space, the language, in every space, right? There's the jargon. So we're talking. What number? Hey, flat 6. Minor 5. Get that clam into the sharp 6. And, you know, riwaya, look language, musician. Yeah, music. So he's like, hey, man. Okay, no go high school. Get high, did you not go to CJC? So a lot of people in the industry now, especially in Joburg, a lot of musicians have either went to CJC or TTUT. Musicians, a lot of them, whether vocalists or instrumentalists, you find that get what's on CJC. Musi, did you not go to CJC? I'm like, no, guy. Who is this guy? I've gone through the school of life.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing I think we have to talk about, that education is not only, or the teaching and learning process is not only a formal one where you go to school formally and sit at a desk and listen to someone. We understand. We learn.
There's education out there.
We've been learning more. We
Yeah.
were 6 months in it now. More. Do you not think that we've been learning?
We have.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
but so those are some of the things. I mean, Pumla comes back again on our comment section on YouTube saying, that's a black tax conversation that needs to be had, especially in our families. Completely.
I mean, channels need to be opened out there for people who have been in the experiences of black tax.
Yeah.
Because, man, there are parents out there, man, who are not even remorseful with us.
Completely.
Yeah, I mean, like
they feel entitled.
Yeah, I brought you here, so you know what you have to do. Hey.
You know what my friend said? He's been working for years.
Yeah.
Over 10 years now. My friend said, how similar Chief, your first 3 salaries, would you popol? Your first 3 salaries, Chief, those, especially the first one.
Because
Chief, salary ya gago, your first 15,000 check. Chief, ke ya gago, e popol. No, also not petrol or a taxi. But I don't know. I mean, as someone who's worked, man, what do you say? Because I thought about it and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, because I've worked, I've had a couple of salaries in my time and checks and amounts of money that have come into my bank account. I don't know now because I can't be in a position where for the first time.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to find out from someone who's starting to work now. How do you feel? Like, would you propose your whole life? Not like, but just pay yourself back. Mr. B, talk to me. What do you think? Your first salary?
First, I have to give to my parents.
Okay.
Yeah, just to vulindlela.
Sure.
But it also works in 2 ways where, yes, you give it, they take whatever and then they also
give
give
back.
you back.
Yeah.
But parents are not the same.
The same, yeah.
Right?
Families are not the same.
Some would be like, okay, no, thank you because you're acknowledging.
Yes.
Ngithatha nje imali encane for KFC.
Yeah.
And they give you back the
Or
salary.
a cold drink. So it's a 20 rand a cold drink.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
so
Yeah.
I mean, I would do the same with my daughter, where it's like, no, I'll just take 20 rand, but thank you.
Yeah.
And then there are some parents that
They absolutely take it and feel entitled to it.
Yeah,
But
to
chief,
the mali,
Gule 15,000, melungi P5. Yeah. It's funny, man.
Yeah, so another twist, man, that we have right here as we discussed. It's just going to be a quick discussion that we're going to be having. Family planning. Should you have kids if you are not financially ready? Imagine this, you're holding a newborn for the first time, a moment filled with love, hope, and dreams. But in the background, there's a growing anxiety. Ooh, how will I afford this, Nkosi yami? In South Africa, where the cost of living continues to rise and youth unemployment remains high, many couples and individuals are asking themselves, is love enough to raise a child when money is not tight? Is love enough to raise a child when money is tight? Yes, love it is enough, man, because that child needs
Is
love.
that you or is that the statement?
It's me.
You
I'm
feel
adding my
love-
own opinion.
Oh, love.
Yeah, I feel like not to an extent of saying love is going to make each and everything okay in the situation that we are in, but this kid needs to grow up with love, even if dad can't provide certain things. But you know what, my child, I'm gonna make sure that
But I
society
love you,
does not label
Say I love
me.
you,
No,
I'm
I'm gonna love my child. No, I
my
know.
Child, I can't do for you, but I love you. That's the statement. Say it, not what society is saying.
It's what society is saying.
No,
man, that's what you are saying.
That's what you are saying. I can saying love is enough.
Listen,
Love is enough.
Pela, we know that
Yes.
some of the other things are constructed by society to say
Yes.
whenever you're not taking care of your child,
And
Baba, you are a
that's an
deadbeat.
external thing.
Yeah.
That's an external thing. We're talking internal. It's you and your daughter, or your son.
Okay, it's me and my daughter.
My
and
child,
then
I can't do for you, but I love you.
I love you, my child.
So that's enough.
Right?
Do you feel that's enough?
It is.
That's what you just said.
I think for a certain extent, it is enough for a child, because while they are still young, they don't understand some of the things like your financials. To say, no, daddy must buy me shoes. I mean, she's young. She's very, very young. So me being there, just being present in her life and showing that, what, I'm going to love you through the toughest moments and through, where there is joy, throughout our relationship. Because, I mean, there are fathers out there who experienced like tough times and they never lasted. So who am I to say, what, love itself is not enough? No, love is enough if I don't have money.
Tough times never last.
Right? Yeah. So, according to you guys, is love enough to raise a child when money is tight?
Everybody, I think you as a parent should take
Me as a parent, I'll say this realistically, so to speak. No, it's not enough.
Yeah.
We live in a world where money literally talks. No, where money literally talks. It's not even about having big money. It's basically about having enough money to make the needs become a possibility.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, for me, it doesn't have to be too much. And it also depends on how you raise your child, because there's some people who spoil their kids, forgetting that this is the world and it lives on a merry-go-round. There will come a time where you literally cannot afford 30 randi or primary 200. Believe me, there are some parents who do that. And I'm like, it makes no sense, because you're not teaching your kid how to manage money properly. You're not teaching them the value of money or how to work towards getting what they want. You're not teaching them that not everything is going to fall off a tree and you automatically get it. You need to earn your things, the things that you want. My son knows.
Let me interject quickly. The parent of that killed who Mukerisan 200 says according to who?
I was about
Says
to
what?
say that.
Says according to
I'm
who?
going to give you 200 rands.
Yeah.
But I need you to save it. Come to me at the end of the week and then show me what you have.
That's even external.
How much
That's far, Mr. B.
But what I'm saying is values and lessons.
I get you.
I can give them 200 rands and then come back with a lesson. on
I
top
get that. That's even an external. That's even far. That's down the road, right? the parent of that child, Omo 200, when you're not teaching them here, this, that, and the other, and great. It sounds amazing and for sure. And says, yeah, I get you. I hear you. I'm there with you. But subjectively so, according to who?
No, I'm talking about something that I've seen and I know personally.
I've seen parents as well.
Yes.
I know that and I agree with you. I get it now.
So
I'm
the
playing.
short answer is according to you.
How to get it?
It's according to me, not anybody else.
Yeah.
I get value. We all teach our kids differently.
Different things, yeah.
That's one thing that we cannot take away from the whole raising a child thing. We all teach our kids differently.
Yeah, values and morals.
So then in terms of projecting, so rather than talking about a child who carries 200, because you're right, that's external. Maybe can I talk about my child? Because this is what I know.
My child barely gets imali care. He gets it here and there because one thing I've told him even now is that you're like, yes, like Mo said, the love is there, mama or rata, but one thing you need to learn is that you won't always get everything that you want in life.
So
and unfortunately for me,
I was about to ask
listen,
if you had the option.
If I had the option, even as a billionaire, yes, I'd give him pocket money, but not too much. It's a life
would you increase?
I'll probably increase it.
Let's say the option of 200 was there.
No. For me, 100 rand is the maximum.
You see, there's another parent that will say 100 rand.
I get no say it also depends on school guy because these things are different. If I'm gonna take my kid to go to Crawford, they charge their prices are much more different than Kirikisa Wanaka Lokenako Princess. 100 rand at least to plus cold drink.
I'm sure there's a parent on a Crawford that
gives their child 20 rands. Yeah,
no, I'll pack lunch.
I'll give you 20 rands because snacks is maybe 12 rands. From the 20, like 8 rand. 8 rand after school, you'll buy yourself sweets like other children. But I'll pay you. I'll pack a nice lunch for you, as opposed to giving you 100 rand.
So we're saying it's an individual thing.
I think
it's individual. It's an individual thing.
Hence, I'm saying, Guti, rather than looking outwards.
Yeah.
I came back and I said, for me,
yes,
for when it comes to my son, he does get money here and there, but not all the time. Yeah, and he knows that even if it's two options. Because I'm also teaching him about the fact that it's fine, you can take money, but don't forget that you still need to come back from home. And there are still kids who you're going to play with in the same street. Okay, here's your money. It's up to him. I'm teaching him, and I'll show him the both sides. Okay, fine. You can take the money and chow in school because you'll be having fun with your friends at school. But don't also forget that you know yourself, you as a person, that when you come back from school, snack. So here's a two options. Do you take the full amount or you take half and break it into both of those days? That's me teaching him that sometimes you don't necessarily need to spend your money all in one place. You can divide it because you know yourself and how you like your things and how you like your different things. And it's also up to you whether you leave the money and say, hi, guy bank, I'll see what on a weekend. That's how I'm teaching him that yes, you have money. Here are the different ways you can spend it, and here are the different ways that you can also save it for yourself. You know what you like. You know how you are. So this is how you're gonna save it. If you're gonna chow it all at once, then no naka weekend to go 5 rand. That's all. I gave you this type of budget. And then you as a person also knowing your kind of needs and also know that sometimes I might end up having to use the money for something else. You could have just said, and you'll just have to make do with what I put on the side. That's how I do it.
So, and I ask respectfully so, ne? Your raising practices, is it circumstantial or is it what you actually want? Or how you want to raise
for me, it's
child.
actually how I want to raise him, despite circumstances. For me, it's despite that. Because even after giving him mine and my little brother, I still take mine and go buy them something else, despite the fact that they already have their own pocket money. So for me, those are like life lessons that I want them to also learn in life. That as much as you can still get money from me, also learning how to save your own money goes a long way, because you know you're going to want this and this and that. It's also going to save you towards buying whatever things that you wanted to initially purchase.
But the reason I'm asking is because most of us, we have learned lessons based on circumstances.
Yeah.
So the reason you know how to save is because money is tight.
growing
So
up,
if,
money
if I
was
spend it
probably
today,
tight
I
at
won't
home.
have it tomorrow.
Sure.
So I'm asking, if are we raising kids today based on circumstances? Because if you had
The option.
money, you would give them 100 grand.
Yeah.
I think a whole
so
lot
it's
of
based
us.
on circumstance.
I was about to
For
ask
me,
you,
I
even
still
you as
wouldn't.
a parent, Mr. B, because look, Mo and I are not parents. We have nephews and nieces. I have godchildren as well, 2 of them, and so I really resonate with what you're saying. That I think even with us, how we grew up, most of us, our outlook on these things, or our initial outlook growing up and becoming functioning adults in society in general, in life, was based on circumstance. Our parents instilled these values and morals and these ways of living and these perspectives based on circumstance. And sometimes our outlooks change because of the circumstances that we have put ourselves in. I have this guy who I was working with at Buzz Kids. He says that he didn't grow up as a cheese boy. He made himself cheese boy today. Kazeko Tando is nice. He's working, he has a 9 to 5 conventionally, in Buzz Kids. And he's done well for himself in Buzz Kids. But he also is part of the gig economy. And he has other spaces that he's involved in where he generates income. Right, and when we were talking, him and I, as Antona, mina ngizenzile cheese boy. Namhlanje affordability ukuthi ngiphume ngo3 o'clock ekuseni, drive McDonald's drive-through, and I've seen him do it plenty of times. The problem is like, let's go get drinks, man. He's not much of a drinker, but he's like, oh, no, let's go get drinks, let's go get food, and we get it, a cheese boy. So I think really, if we were being honest with ourselves, and if individuals in society are being honest with themselves, the moral compass, value system, belief system, teachings was based on circumstance, or is based on circumstance for the large part, for the most part. And if the option was there to do something else, I think, but let me ask you, Mr. B, you as a parent, because I was asking Afri, referring to her first because she's a parent. How about you? Is it a thing of love versus finances and having kids before one or the other?
But before I answer, are we saying, if I choose love, are we saying, is it in absence of money?
No.
That's the statement. Mo, let's go back to the statement. What does the statement say first?
So here it's in South Africa, where the cost of living continues to rise and youth unemployment remains high. Many couples and individuals are asking themselves, right? Is love enough to raise a child when money is tight?
When money is tight, is love enough?
So it's not in the full absence of money.
Yes, not in the full absence.
Yes,
right.
so you can choose love. Although money is limited,
yes,
I would still go ahead and have a child.
Exactly, right?
In the absence of not sufficient. In the absence of insufficient or not sufficient.
For sure.
Financial standing.
Yes. So the way I see it is that not with the intent of remaining in the same situation, but I can have a child today because people, more especially women, they've got a biological clock. So if they wait, and it's like, no, I need to wait up until I'm financially stable.
It might be too late.
That it's too late.
It could be too late.
So for me, I'm saying, even if money is tight, I can still go ahead and have a child or children.
Yeah.
With the hopes of increasing my financial earnings in future.
Yeah.
Are you putting in a male female thing in there as well?
I'm talking for myself.
No, sure, but just in a general sense, with what the statement is saying, and with what you just raised, in that females have a natural biological clock, and waiting might not necessarily be an ideal thing. So is it a thing that you are slotting in there, or you would perhaps slot in there in that conversation? Or there's also the element of male versus female and biology and all of those things.
I think that's an objective truth that a man in his 40s can still have children.
Sure.
So if a man chooses to wait during their 20s and 30s because they're not financially stable,
sure,
and only choose to have kids in their 40s, then
It's an option that most males
It's truth.
have.
It's truth.
Okay.
Because a 40-year-old can still marry a 20-year-old.
And have children.
I do understand that it's a bit different for women because if you choose to wait until your 40s as a woman,
It might not be ideal.
Yeah.
And
So-
you might be too late.
Let's set the scene here. So this isn't just about nappies and formula. It's about long-term stability, healthcare, education, housing, and emotional well-being. Some argue that no one is ever truly ready, while others believe bringing a child into a financial uncertainty is unfair to both parents and child. Right? So there are perspectives that we need to explore. But however, we have what we call the realists, the idealists, and the cultural lens. So
Realists, we're out here.
realists say financial readiness is essential. Raising a child without a safety net can lead to stress, strained relationships, and limited opportunities.
We're out
Then
here.
we have the idealists.
Okay.
Being love, community, and resilience can overcome financial hardship. Many were raised in humble homes and turn out just to be fine.
Can I just say, and I know that it's a very biased thing, and I recognize the bias in myself because I'm a realist through and through. I've been a realist probably my entire life, even before I even realized and was, cognizant of the fact that I'm a realist.
Yeah.
I love how idealists view the world. I love it. It just kills me. It's so interesting. Like this thing of living off of ideas, and it's just an interesting thing. And I think, and it's not that I don't think idealists, and Mr. B, I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected. If you're an idealist out there, please come through. I don't think that idealists, or if any of you guys in the room are idealists, I don't think that idealists don't recognize what reality is. But I think just the fantasy in their minds, the idea in the mind,
To say that
is
this will
romanticized. Yeah, it looks good.
Because idealists are able to foresee. They love to foresee
it's not.
things.
I was about to
honestly,
say that this microphone you're speaking into,
Okay.
it starts off as an idea. And then it transforms into reality. Now the question is,
I don't think the analogy
the question
applies.
the question here is that there are some people that get stuck in the idea phase.
Yes.
And then they do not transform it into the realistic
Reality
state.
phase.
Okay.
So, to be an idealist, I don't think it's wrong. I just think that if you get stuck in the process of always going in circles as an idealist, that's where the issue is. But everything we see first was a thought.
Sure.
And then
Absolutely,
as an
I agree.
idea, and then it took on its materialistic state. So I'm saying to be an idealist, it's okay.
I'm not saying it's
just
wrong
as
as
long
well.
as
Sure.
just as long as you just like having a child. There is a time span, there's a period, you need to give birth to it.
Sure.
But it started as an idea, as
Sure.
a thought.
Sure. How you see? That's why you made two analogies. One, I don't think it applies. Of saying this mic started off as an idea. Sure, it did, but I don't think it applies in the context that we're talking
But it's
now.
real right now.
No, it is.
You're
Sure,
using it,
I
yes.
agree.
But before
Yes.
before it became real.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it doesn't apply in this context that we're talking in now.
How
That's
so?
just me.
How so?
Right? The other one that you used is that everything that we have in the world started off as an idea and became reality. We all have ideas. Even in my realistic mindset, I have ideas. I think, and I'm like, okay, I contemplate, right? And I meditate, and I'm like, okay, how can I, when I go to work, I mean, it's a Thursday, how am I going to apply spiritual alignment versus movies? How do I, align the two, movie segment with the spiritual, the word of the day that I'm going, how do I tie, it's ideas that I have, right? And then when I get here on a Thursday morning, I implement them and I turn them into reality, right? Sure, all of us have that. We all have that. We all have ideas. But I think idealists in this instance, and in how I say I don't think the analogy applies, is in that these are practical things that we are able to touch, tangible things, right? Things we are able to see, and all of those things, right? So I don't think it applies in this context. You're thinking, hey man, hey, let me have this baby, man. And hey, maybe I don't have money. And like it's the idea, it's the fantasy, it's romanticizing it. Chief, we'll see what happens, man. I'll have the baby. I'll make the money somehow. Well, understand? That's how I see it. Anyway, I'm not saying being an idealist is a wrong thing. It's not completely, because we need to strike that balance. We can't all. Life wouldn't make sense if we were all realists. If we were all idealists, we need each other. I need you to stimulate my idea process.
Yin and yang situation.
You need me to bring you back to the chief. You can't live in that fantasy world. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I always enjoy how idealists view the world. But I don't know if you're on. I was cooking and you were tasting this thing.
No, I hear you. I
Yeah.
hear you. And yeah, to me, I think the analogy does apply because you first see things in your mind. Hence, we talk insight, and then there's sight. So sight, you use your eyes, but for you to see with your mind first, that is where ideas are being baked.
Do you think idealists have foresight more than realists?
Like I mentioned, both of them, it depends if whether you get stuck in one thing or another. Because if we were to cross, let's say, a river, or we are on a mountaintop, and I tell you that, look, I'm going to build these wings on my way down. A realist will say to me, look, obviously you're going to crash and burn. Right? But because for me, I'm an idealist, I would think that, look, I'll build these wings. I know I've got a certain amount of time.
Sure.
I've calculated it, and if I do fall, fine. But I'm operating purely from a place of thought. And I think this is where faith also comes in, where you speak things that are not as though they were. Because we understand that existence itself started from just an idea or thought.
Sure.
So in fact, I think idealists are the real realists. Because it starts as an idea. Because everything
becomes reality.
Yes. Speak things into reality and think things into reality, right? But the last one is the cultural lens. In many African communities, child rearing is communal. Grandparents, aunts, child rearing.
Oh, rearing. Oh, okay.
Is communal, right? Grandparents, aunts, bomadome, neighbors often step in. Yeah. But is that model still sustainable today? To say, you know what? Yeah, a child is raised by a community, right?
In a way it is, but in a way it's not, because yes, there's still some people who literally raise your child like it's a community. And I say it's not because, unfortunately, in the world that we live in, kidnappings have gotten much more higher, to such a point that you can't even trust the grandmother who literally raised your mom. Like, it's so hard to trust anybody these days.
They can sell your child
but that's a different thing. So, Afriberry, I discipline your son, I'm shy, right? And he comes to you and says, what's your first response?
For me, I'd find it, I feel like you should have talked to me first.
Then it comes back to the question that as a community, does the notion still apply that a child is raised by a community? Because I'm also acting as a parent
in the community.
So I need to first come to you and say, look, I'm about to discipline my son. No.
Like you,
so the short answer is you're saying no, it doesn't apply.
It does, guys.
For me, the reason why I say it doesn't is because I see it in my community. It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
For me, I would say, for me, it's gotten to a point where we've had an instant where this other man was like disciplining and it's not in the
frustration.
It was taking out a frustration on the kid. It was not a spanking or like, you know what, you don't listen, papa. It was not like that. Hence, it got to a point that in my community that before you even think of discipline, I'd rather have you scold my kid than literally spank my kid, because some people, they literally end up taking out their frustration within the spanking of the child instead of 1, 2, mamela, that kind of stuff. It doesn't end up like that.
I mean, I like that you mentioned that, because not all communities are the same, right? Because there are communities that know how to, actually, deal with some situations.
Know how to apply that
Yeah,
statement.
you know,
Yeah.
le ha motswadi, not to say or your parent, it's your parent alone. No, your parent is also a parent to another child. You know, if you know motswadi wa sokola, yo, it's not my mom, so I can't go there and help them. You know, so it's those kind of things. You know, in communities to say no, man. It goes both ways. It doesn't mean hore the child belongs to the community. No, even the parents are the parents of the community, you know, so that we can create that peace and harmony. Because I like when they say in African communities, because it's something that we've always been seeing, even Lawyer Komachaying, you know. I mean, they know you hore lebakwamaimane. So if you are in that area, yes, like you are allowed to come in, do medicine, say you are able to eat, you know, even spend time with them, right? But this model, yes, it's still sustainable, but in certain communities, there are communities who build for themselves to say, you know what, man, yeah, man, if my child is out there, yeah, hey, I see you walking, let's go, let me take you, you know, and then drop off, and then life continues.
Let me ask you more. And I love the fact that there's 2 parents and 2 non-parents in the room. You as a non-parent, how do you look at the statement of saying
non-parent according to your knowledge?
That's interesting. But yeah, Mo, the statement of Khutlisa ngwana into the world and basing it on realism, idealism, and cultural aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you look at it, Twin?
I mean, I would look at it, you know, realistically.
Okay.
Because I have a brother who is a child, and I see all of the challenges that
the older
he
or the middle
faces,
one?
the middle one.
Okay.
You know, I see all of the challenges that he faces emotionally and financially.
Okay.
You know, just being there for the child, and if there's no money, because you know, even this one, it also applies because he has this thing. You know what? Let me just drop off the child and go work and do whatever that I'm doing. He will be gone for like weeks. You know, the child will come and visit, and it's always his response to say, no, ntate mogolo wa ge o teng.
Okay.
You know, you understand?
Okay.
So it's always the case that, okay, there's also that dependence, or he has a certain belief, or no, this is our child.
The grandparent is there.
Yeah, it's our child. And it's the same thing that even if I have a child, we kind of creating a system to say, you know what? No, it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't mean if one
and it doesn't mean I can see you as Mwana is without parents.
Exactly. You know, it's that thing that whenever we start seeing it, or no, man, it's actually a thing. Or I can have a child personally.
Okay.
I can have a child because even
uncles
his
are
uncles are there.
Okay.
So the child is going to be in a place where, things are there in terms of being loved, being taken care of. You know, it's not a child who's going to grow up on J&J.
So it sounds like if you were to have a child now, love would be slightly more enough and sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, a great example, and I think it's one that we see very often here in studio.
You
know, I mean, it's that thing of the community raises. I feel like, and it looks like he recognizes Dumsane as a father figure. Because every now and again, like, and come visit Dumsane as if Dumsane is his friend. And it's so funny for me. Every time, like first time I started seeing it, it's like, it was crazy for me. And not crazy, it was very fascinating and interesting, you know.
Yeah.
But another one I think that you're speaking towards is that even in Dumsane's absence, like Jartini, Junior, I think he would have that thing with So I'm not alone. If I need something, or Aunt Afriperi Bakona. People are here.
Why are you laughing when they said Aunt Afriperi?
You know? But
I am the kids' aunt. You should come to where I live, man. You'd see the kids. One thing for sure, there's like this other child.
It's just they call you.
The calling of it, it's weird.
They call you that.
No, most people call me with my name, Kia, Oski. There's nobody that calls me aunt.
You must do something.
No, I actually like it like that. For me, that's how I don't mind.
This thing comes with age.
Uncle Musi.
My oldest niece is like what, 15, 16. Yeah, so
Okay.
from 15 years ago,
You've been Babu Mngane.
Yes.
Yeah, same here, man. My brother's oldest son is 16. He's in grade 10 this year, and it was Uncle Musi. It's so crazy. Like, it sounds wrong, and part of it is I remember even when I started working in schools. I mean, I've been teaching music for a long time in high schools, and sir. And I, to this day, I still correct these kids. Like, oh, no, man. And most of these kids, like, I'm 10 plus minus years older than them.
That's why you guys are not contributing towards this communal.
No.
Yeah.
I think
because, like, let's have a distinction. Only Grootman.
You know
right?
what? Okay, let me.
When you're an uncle, you're an uncle.
You're a dad, you're a dad.
You're a dad. Yes. I mean, the problem is your age group calling you time alarm type of thing, right?
Yeah.
But let's just have a clear distinction. No, I'm not Kia. I'm your aunt.
Yeah. You know what it does for me, and I think now as I'm thinking about it and as we're talking about it, it creates, and it's a natural thing that's there in life, and it's always been there. It will always be there. It remains. But it sort of creates this hierarchy thing for me, as Musimist. And it goes back to just what you're talking about, how you refer to each other and to people and how people refer to us, right? I grew up in my family. I had an aunt. She was the youngest, more generation in Yabo Mamaka, like as cousins, right? I get your uncle, your aunt, lady cousin, right? And most of you guys are more or less within the same age group.
Yeah.
So Poppy passed on back in 2012. She's the youngest of my mother's cousin generation.
Yeah.
They have older sisters and older cousins as old as 70, close to 80 now. People who are like 10, 15 years younger than my grandmother, who's 92, right? Who turned 92 last month. And part of that is that my grandmother's older sisters had children slightly early. So that's why they are not so older or younger than my actual grandmother. So I think we spoke about it. Where Maluma Kahoxia 5 years.
Yeah.
You know those types of things.
I have a 7-year-old uncle.
Yeah, you know those types of things. So it creates a hierarchy thing. So how I grew up in Nakilimusi, this aunt of mine, Nerimita Popi, Rona Gontlung, Ke Popi. She's surrounded by boys who are her nephews. So myself, my brother, and 2 other cousins of mine, my aunt's sons. All of us refer to her as sister, as Poppy. Hey, sister. Hey, my sister. Hey, Poppy. Hey, woman. My peers, my friends would refer to her as Mama Ne Poppy. And to them, it would sound off when I would say Poppy. One understand? So it for me, it creates this hierarchy thing of respect is demanded as opposed to it being a two-way streak. Yeah. So just because I refer to you as Banele, as my uncle, takes nothing away from the fact that I still recognize you as my uncle and I respect you in that regard. One understand? So
try calling a doctor or a professor.
But that's a different thing.
That's different. No. We can't
remember when I call you a mother, it's because you've earned or you are a mother.
So does it take away from the fact that you're not a doctor?
In my family, so my brother's kid, they will always tell him, don't call him Kitty. It's Kirangwan wow. You know why? Because when we went to Rustenburg, I think it was a thing when we grow up. So in the villages, in the community itself. So they want to know Guti lo umtanagabani and who is he ubanu malume wake, you know, mama no mang. So then I grew up being confused when I see a lot of people saying they are my family, but I don't know how to refer to them, you know, to say, is this my aunt? Is this my mother? Is this my sister? Is this my cousin? And things like that. So it's that thing, no, just say so that people can know or no. The way Bale thing, it's not like she's the mother, she's your mom. she's your aunt. Because there are people who just assume,
Ke
oh,
mamogolo
man,
or
yeah,
mangwane."
the way ba le close ka teng, it makes sense hore maybe ke mang o, just to avoid asking questions, because ko magaeng there are a lot of elderly people who will ask questions. You know, who is this? Who is this? Who is this?
But
you know, what is she to you? What is he to you?
For me, there's nothing wrong with that, and
Yeah.
so that's why I get it. It's a hierarchy thing. I came to learn. Wang understand that my brother's name is Thabo. Ko ntlong nna ke Thabo. To this day, abuti wa ka ke Thabo,
Yes.
guys.
Le nna ne
There's
ba
this
batla ke
man.
ba bitse bo abuti.
Hold on, there's this. Hold on, Ntate Mara. What's that abuti?
Yes.
It sounds wrong.
My
to-
It's
grandfather.
different.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
So, here's someone, your aunt or your uncle. ne? Would you talk to them in a way that you would talk to
See, that's a
someone
different
who's
thing.
your... So where I'm getting with this is how we title people also comes with how we treat them as well, to a certain extent.
It does, sure.
So there's a certain way I would talk to someone that I refer to as uncle versus someone mangiti Xolani. Because my brother, I don't call him Xolani. Right?
I've heard you.
Ubhuti. Right? So there's that level of respect going into the conversation.
That's
already.
where for me the hierarchy aspect comes in, because already it speaks to a level of respect being demanded by the title.
No,
So
it's not
it
being
is,
demanded.
though.
It kind of is in a way,
though.
because
Remember, respect.
It's innate in
respect
you.
Comes from
Yes,
me.
it's innate. There's respect all around. That's where the thing comes in from you. Respect should be a standard thing across the board. Despite the title, despite the age difference, it should be a standard thing that is a two-way street between two or more people. It's a give and take thing. So with the title in itself, it speaks to demand because of the title you have. That's why I get it. The analogy of using doctor, priest, what are other these titles? A doctor, a priest, a chartered accountant, all these other titles, an advocate, a lawyer, a judge, or whatever. These are professional standings. For me, it doesn't apply. I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected. But you've worked to that. You've earned the title of not being Mr. Ngci, but Dr. Ngci. That's something else, right? But Riwa in the context of society, in our families, in our communities, in our environments, it speaks to the title demanding respect. One understand that just because I call you Banel, Ukhrot Maniaga, Tumsani ki means Tumsani, Makotasi ke Bafana, ki means Kotas. It doesn't mean that I recognize Ukhrot Mani, but even in your Ukhrot Manness, I make the analogy of saying, I'll go back to it, Kotla saying, I'm in high school, Diteng and askis, I don't want to put it that way, but I'm saying it this way to exaggerate a point, right? Does it mean that when you're an adult, you're automatically a smart person? Let's say you have a backwards mindset and reasoning capacity and your outlook with out the society. Does it mean that cause we should give you the same level of respect we give a standing man in the community that we recognize? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, I do. I mean, this comes back to what I was saying, that when you call someone by a title,
yes,
going into a conversation now, already
the
there's
respect
a
is
certain
demanded.
Not demanded. Here's the thing. These kids right here, because now it's school holidays.
Yes,
if they see me as Malume Banele, already there's just that level of how they treat me.
Yes.
Despite me now how I react to them.
Love that. The how.
So what I'm saying is, if they're gonna call my peer as a sipo kind of thing,
yes,
already there's a level of I wouldn't say not even
approach,
but then
maybe.
the approach is different.
Yeah. Okay.
So when we call people by a certain title, already going into the conversation, there's things that we know we should and should not say.
Fair.
Yes.
Granted, and I hear what you're saying.
Not how the other person reacts.
No. I hear what you're saying.
They're being
But
disrespectful.
the title in itself, the person who holds the title there's expectation and demand in this conversation. That cause I'm Uncle Musi, I expect gore batjana ba ka ke malome. Tshwantse ke kena go utlwale. Ke malome cause ke malome. No, Chief, what if you are not an upstanding individual in society?
But that's a different conversation.
No, but it applies
because you're
though.
talking about
It applies.
You're talking about mannerisms.
Absolutely.
That are not
They speak to the title.
I'm talking
though.
about
They speak to the title. Umalumenjan, how do I refer to you and come with that level of respect that you're referring to you as Umalume Banele, Ankele, Maro Ankele Epetang, mo society, o shapa mosadi wa gago. You don't do quite a lot of things that speak to the title, that contribute.
But that's them. So for example, if you're on a bus and you find a drunkard standing and you're seated, but the drunkard is older than you, what do you do?
It would depend on the situation. Chances are, let me answer you.
The drunkard is standing.
Sure. And I'm sitting.
And you're sitting.
Sure, let me answer it.
What do you do?
This is the point that I was trying to make. That lentwana lezo refera kuzo mazis tolala, right? Abar tola remi, because they refer to you as umalumbanele, they automatically give that same level of respect to me and Mo. But you and Mo are of different age groups, right? Who are more or less in the same bracket, but of different ages, right? But automatically, to one, man, like because of you've seen it more. It's a man. Just in the shopping last night, it happened last night. This is so funny. I get there's a bunch of guys, because I'm one of those people. I'll wait. I don't mind waiting. Ntwane wayibona ntwane kantrapa wayibona khona lentwane ngangishaya ngangibeka phansi but I stood there, I waited, people bought, and then they left, and then I went. I was the last one to buy. I was like, hey Grotman, shabuze sho hey so abuwa ntwa ibuange ebefela. It was that, right? So what should for me be a standard thing, and it goes back to what I say, and in society what we should be teaching our children and what we should have been taught, what our parents and our grandparents should have been taught, is that respect should be a standard thing across the board, even before you earn the title. But it applies, Banele.
No, I get it, but that's a different conversation as to whether should respect be reciprocated. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying here is love.
The title should not demand respect, because the mindset of
I'm not saying
the reason I'm saying that is that the mindset of saying already by referring to this person as Ankeli, there's a certain way. There's a construct around it already because of the title.
There is.
But should respect not be a thing in general?
But what you're saying
despite of the title and age.
It should be, but what you're saying is if one calls someone by their title, it's as if they are demanding respect.
Yes.
I'm
saying the title demands a certain level of respect.
It does, but then as to how the other person acts, that's not your portion. What I'm saying is this, that if you say you love someone and you expect something in return, or you give out of love and you expect something in return,
that's on me.
That's not love.
That's on me.
That's a transaction.
Yeah, but that's
I'm saying with respect, it's the same thing. That look, but I will still respect you because it's a me thing, not because I feel like it should be reciprocated.
No.
I'm saying respect, that's also attached to the title, is a thing of I'm just me nangowami. I see that you're an elderly man, and even if we are get back.
No, it's not thing because
but
I lose respect for you. I do, honestly speaking. You can't be an upstanding.
I'm saying respect is an individual thing.
It is completely. I agree with you.
And it's not like it should be bounced off that if you do this, then this will inform my behavior.
No. But that's why I get it. I go tell you. I'm not saying how better, like get and regard to you as I'll tamanela better. No. Because that's not how I was taught. I'm still a respectful individual, and I recognize but what I'm saying is I don't expect my nephews and nieces to respect me because I'm Uncle Musi.
Yeah.
One understand. I'm first foremost Musi. You are an individual before you are the title. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And so it takes nothing away from the fact that I still respect you, highly so, even if I call you Banele. Whether you are my uncle, my aunt, an elder was next door, ubaba was sontweni, or whatever the case, the fact that I refer to you, and this is now.
I mean that's why abantu abadala end up dating kids, or kids end up smoking with.
But you see, now we're speaking
because now there's no separation.
No.
Like.
And I get with you. I agree with you.
We don't drink with kids, and even if these kids are of age,
yes.
But then, we don't drink with kids
Yes.
because they are
Ungwana.
what, 20.
Yes.
Ungwana. We don't
Ungwana.
like there's a bracket.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a bracket.
Yes.
So titles also create that
boundary
of
completely.
saying that,
I agree
look,
with you.
This is where I am. This is where you are. It doesn't mean I'm disrespecting you
Yes.
or I'm commanding respect.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But now I love how you said earlier in the how more,
Yeah.
right? How you refer to the person. Wa understand? Ha ke re ko wena ye banele o ka re ke bitsa chomi ya ka ya thaka ya ka. Chomi ya ka motho re ye wena.
Yeah.
Wa understand? It's in the how, and I love that because I always say it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So when I say banele ke kopa ntwe so it's not gore ke go bitsa o ka re o skatana o ntwana fela o chomi ya ka, you are my peer. No. Right? For instance, my aunt ke Peggy. Everyone around us, even my mom, Nali, my brother, everyone actually. I referred to my grandmother who was turning 92, Gemma, right? The how the construct in the family and at home. My grandmother, Gemma, my mom.
So why don't you call your grandmother by name?
No, ke godile yalo. Eo ke godile.
Oh, I call my grandmother by the family nickname.
I can, yes, I can.
Okay.
I can. But it's in the how. Like, this is the point that I'm trying to make. My aunt, Peggy, my cousins refer to her as Ma, but Rona, ke Os Peggy. Because my mother was younger. Everyone, just, one other thing, Os Peggy, Malumbanele. Everyone, Malumbanele. Like even my friend, Ole, the mother who was celebrating her birthday, Ole Napere, the wedding thing, ke Os Esther. Everyone, from Bana to ke Os Esther. My mother was Mamani. Because of my cousins, everyone referred to her as Mamani. So even myself and my brother ended up calling her Mamani. And people wouldn't understand how, why Amita Mamani? Like, why is that
adjective?
mother?
I get it, the adjective, we're still adding a title because when we say, oh, so and so,
Yes.
Abuti so and so.
Sure.
But we're still giving the title,
Sure.
which also comes with.
So in me saying Ospeggy, is it wrong? Am I respecting her less? Because saying Ospeggy means that the title in itself is saying an older sister, but this person is my aunt. One understand that. So that's why I get it. It creates a hierarchical thing for me, a hierarchy thing. If OC, like this, it sounds like there's different levels and shades of respect that should be given to different titles. That's for me how it sounds and how it looks like.
I'm not arguing disrespect.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that when we have titles, there's a level of approach that everyone has.
Should the approach just not be standard across the board?
No, it can't be.
How not? How so?
For example, I can't have a little kid talk to me the same way they talk to their peer. It has to be different. You can't talk to your grandmother the same way you talk to Wafri Bear.
Sure.
You can't. So by having these distinctions, then there's a level of approach that we know going into that situation that I need to address it like this. Even when I'm with my mom, I'm rasi. But here you can see a different side. So even if I were to have someone to our mom's banbani, there's a level of approach that I need to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Very interesting.
Very interesting, man.
Very
because
completely.
These perspectives, they led us to be where we are in terms of communities, right? Because communities do build each other. But I think with this perspective, they do complement each other in some sort of a way.
One
realist,
spills into
idealist,
the other.
yeah, just bit by bit.
Me, realist, baby, finances, no.
But now let's go to the last one, which is the reality check and the resolve, which are the stats.
Okay.
So according to Stats SA, the average cost of raising a child to age 18 in South Africa is estimated at over 1 million rand. Right? And then over 60% of South African households live on less than 5,000 rand per month. Access to quality education and healthcare remains unequal and expensive. Right? The question is it responsible to have children when you are not financially stable? Or is that thinking too privileged?
Please repeat again.
Is it irresponsible to have children when you are not financially stable? Or is that thinking too privileged? that
Is it irresponsible to have kids without good
when you're
financial
not
standing?
financial stable.
It's subjective, each to their own. Look, me personally, as someone who doesn't have a child right now, I would someday love to be a parent of my own children. But right now, today, so no, I can't. I have too many things going on. Ke palelwa ke dikoloto tsa ka, ke life ya ka nna self.
The social
Data ya
assistance.
tura. A ke na re bua so weekend tshwantse ke patele Wi-Fi ya 450. Ha ke na yone.
There's social assistance, guys. Don't be shy.
Thanks, social
Grant
assistance.
is 510 per child.
Yeah, if you go for it, each to their own. So I think it would
2008.
it would be risky to say it's irresponsible because each to their own. There's people who feel love is enough. Chief, I don't live off those kinds of ideas.
Just this morning, I read an article that Microsoft is laying off 9,000 employees.
Oh, that's a lot.
9,000. So, what is being financially ready? Because today you've got the job.
Tomorrow you don't.
Tomorrow you
have
don't.
it.
So,
What is financially stable?
what
Okay.
what do we say?
For me, the luxury of having options is good financial standing for me. For me, and honestly, I'm not looking in my life. Honestly, I'm not looking to be filthy rich. I want to be extremely comfortable. I'm working towards extreme comfortability and not filthy richness. That's the thing. Like
So if one has one job, can we then say they are financially?
each to their own. It depends.
So it's an individual
Circumstance. It's
thing.
an individual thing completely. And so that's why I say I mean, we had this conversation years ago. I don't call 5,000 in Nalwena. How we spend it is different. Part of me, I mean, one of the things that is a thing of mine, is a priority, is great toiletries. Toiletries for me, proper ones that I use on a month-to-month basis, is certain things. This, that, body cologne, body ink. That's a priority for me.
Yeah.
Yo, cologne, that's 250. Angeke, you understand? Re kgola tšhelete tshwanang, re bereka sponsors tshwanang. So it's an individual thing.
Yeah,
It's so right now, no, but I'm working towards extreme comfortability to a point where ke kgona ho palama now ka July ke ye go US or wherever it's warm. That's comfortability, not filthy richness.
I mean, even this average cost of raising a child,
$1 million.
because you need to calculate, how much per year you need to spend.
That's
on a
18
child.
million over a span of 18 years.
No, like up until 18, it costs $1 million.
It costs $1 million.
Yeah,
From
$1 million
age 0
from age
to
0
18.
up until 18, it costs $1 million rand.
Sheesh,
So you just need to calculate, because also we have inflation. Pela, things.
I was
things
about to say it's an
fluctuate.
estimate, man. It's an
Sometimes
estimate.
it's 1 million something. Now it's going to 2 million.
It's
You'll
an
never know.
estimate,
But for
yeah.
now it's 1 million, right? To say, for you to, but these stats, man, because remember when you study, rural to urban migration, there are kids who grew up, man, without even spent more than 1,000 rand, but they grew up to become 20-something years old by just living in the homesteads.
Yeah,
There's
no,
life
sure.
right there, You
Sure.
grow up. We have livestock, we grow our own food in the farms, and we live off fire.
It goes back
There's
to what
no
Banele said.
electricity.
It goes back to what Banele said though earlier. Is these things are circumstantial and not by choice.
Yeah.
Had
so
you had the choice of not growing up like that, or had the parent not had the choice of not having their child grow up in that area and in that style of growing up, they probably wouldn't have taken it.
I mean, to become or to live in a...
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's circumstance.
Yeah.
Right? Ideally, every parent would love their child to grow up not in the same circumstances that they grew up on or in. I mean, if no robala ko fatshe kwa lona, how never rate ngwana gago le ene a robala ko fatshe. Right? O matlela gore a nne le ka mora gagwe and all of these things. If we're not in sekolo ko kasi, I mean, ideally you would love for your child to go to a Crawford or to a Redford or all these other schools, right? And so in my aspect, how I see it, I don't think love is enough. Love is always going to be there, money or not. Go mo rata motho tlo mo rata ke ngwana gago o tlo metsang o tla mo latlhela ko kae understand. But it's not enough realistically speaking. That's why I think I'm so much of a realist. Is what are we seeing now? What do we have at our disposal now? Yes, the idea is great. Romanticizing it and fantasizing about it is an amazing thing. And it looks great. That's why I enjoy when I'm with idealists and how they articulate themselves and say these things that they see in their brains. And that's why Vanilla, I said, we all have that, I think. It's just that maybe for idealists, it's slightly elevated and exaggerated, as opposed to I'm able to come back to reality now. Chief, what do we do now? Because ideally, it's amazing what we would love to cook, poikikos or whatever, because sopo elea last week, but what do we have at our disposal now? Do you get what I'm trying to say? And so I think that's where the balance is stricken. We need each other, but the reality for me is I can't now have a child. If I missed my period and I'm with child, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, you know, this
circumstance would push me to take the decision of extremely reluctantly taking a 9-to-5 retail job. Because the reality is I need to provide both for the mother and the child, unfortunately.
I mean, sometimes, yes, people go to an extent of preparing themselves to say, you know what, I'm about to have a child, or maybe in the next 2 years, I'm going to have a child, so let me prepare some of the things. Because here, it really says, a lot of guys, they're not ready for this situation, right? Now, Microsoft, 9,000 people are about to lose their jobs, right? And now you were that person who could answer the question that it's irresponsible to have kids when you're not financially stable. And now all of your finances have been taken away from you, and you've raised those kids with the money that you were working for all of those years, right? So now I'm going to argue and say, yes, love can be enough, because now on the toughest times, what do you do? Because now there's nothing to substitute that financial, support that you gave your kids, because your kids always knew you as a dad that, buy us anything. But now dad is no longer working. He has been retrenched from work, right? So you've never given your kids enough love so that they can respect you, even if you're not working. Because there are kids who disrespect their parents because they've lost their job. To say, dad is no longer valuable to me anymore because he can't buy me things now, right? Because you failed to show that kid love, while you did not have anything. Even if you had money, but you were like, no, we're not going to spend anything today because I'm just trying to teach you, some of the aspects of life. To say, no, man, life can go some other how. So you need to always also prepare yourself that whatever that you have right now, it doesn't mean it's going to be always there. So that little love, because I'm seeing it right now, what is happening in Iran, right? Dad had everything. The next thing, boom, a missile. We don't have anything now, So what do we say right now? To say, okay, are you a parent who is, irresponsible in that manner? Because now we are faced in a situation whereby everything is being taken away from us. Now kids are starving in Iran, even parents are starving. Not only kids, but everyone is kind of starving right now, and they need assistance. So the circumstances that you have to say, okay, I can be able to bring a child, but depending on what kind of a person I am, in terms of the elements that I'm going to add on this child to become a better grown adult. I think that one, it counts. Rather than you saying, no, man, I think when I earn $1 million in a month, that child, I'm going to take care of them because I'm going to be able to, buy anything that they need. If the mother needs this, no, money's there. But now, when the money is not there, now you show your true colors, or now you can't be, you can't even sit down and have a conversation with your kid because money's not there. Because you knew, now you substituted love with money, right? So I think it's something that, okay, if you are someone who is not financially stable right now, are you going to be able to deal with the challenges of raising a kid in this economy? Because other people, they're like, no, there is grant. Like, I know people right now in certain communities to say, you know what, Mfetu, ungawari man, angithi government ukhona.
Is that not perhaps also, perhaps someone could argue and say, is that not irresponsible of us in society to have those outlooks and those mindsets of saying,
what is the
chief, 2000 granted thing, what
that's the thing, because what I love is SASSA has been giving people information into what does it mean to have a grant and why do we say grant is there. Because one of the things that SASSA said to people is the benefits of having SASSA, right, is they reduced poverty. By providing financial support to families, the child grant program helps to reduce the risk of individuals resorting to illegal activities out of desperation. Imagine Sipo okokasi oitwetsang hore yena ai and he hears some of these things.
I love how it says it's support. It's not. it shouldn't be an ultimate thing.
Yeah.
So now we've turned it in society. Go on,
that's
guys,
the way to be.
2000. How is that ideal though?
For some,
understand.
it is.
This is where, and I love how you just mentioned there's other contributing factors, variables, and elements that come into it, right? Yeah. To make this child one day be an upstanding individual in society, and it's things like morality, moral compass, value system, belief system, reasoning capacity. Will that child also grow up to be like that Sipho saying Antonia, understand, or to be people who be able to provide for themselves and in good, honest, legal ways. Understand. So it's conversations that we need to have more of in our societies, and man, I don't know more, but me, I like how that we have different opinions on this. I'm saying love. I'm a realist. Love. I don't think love will be enough, and of course, all of them have their contributing factors and variables and elements into it. But in all honesty, I don't think that love is enough.
Just very interesting, man. Just let us know right there what you think, because it's some of the things that not only us can discuss, but you with your friends, together with your friends, man, you guys can discuss these things to say, you know what, my friend, family planning is something that one needs to do in their lives.
Yeah.
We're not saying
guys, if you want to have mtwana, have mtwana.
After 6, you find out after 6 months that you are pregnant. That's being irresponsible parenting. No, you can't do that.
No more. If you have mtwana, guys, each to their own. But just think of the implications that come with having a child and being a parent, guys. And we've seen, we know, we have friends, we have family members, we have people in our communities. Horisangwana is not an easy task, and so. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so before wrapping it up, right there, Stooms are on YouTube coming through saying, I'm a rapper, and a pretty dope one for that matter. But I fancy having a good, stable career, run a few businesses, and still make good music. And I aspire other people to be more and to do more.
I think he meant to say inspire.
Yeah.
And to inspire other people to be more.
Yeah,
and to do
it
more.
Goes back to, the conversation that we had.
The 9 to 5.
Yeah, and
but
also exploring.
I don't think, look, I get you to me, but to me it sounds like it's not necessarily a 9 to 5. Being a rapper, running businesses, and you don't work a conventional 9 to 5 where you clock in and clock out. You work a miracle or clocking in at a certain time and clock out at a certain time.
Yeah, you're not able to do your own things.
No, flexibility.
Between 9 to 5.
I think him saying that he also wants to own businesses and stuff besides being a rapper, it's basically avoiding going down the 9 to 5 road so that you won't have to work a 9 to 5. But actually rely on your talent to bring in the bread and butter and actually other residual income streams that you've built for yourself to also help you sustain the life that you have.
Yeah. Nothing is impossible under the sun, man. So just go.
And nothing is new.
Yeah, under the sun, right? Yeah. So just go and explore what you want to do. And then I see we have Kamogelo Minwe with those fire emojis,
Matinzo,
man.
I know this guy.
You know him?
I know Kamogelo. Yeah.
Very interesting, man.
Remember how I said almost every other conversation in almost all the spaces that I'm involved in,
Yeah.
I talk about the Vooka Breakfast Show. So this is the proof, man. Someone who has been wanting to watch, but because of work and whatever.
Yeah.
But now I love that he actually even commented.
Yeah.
Nice one, Martin. I recognize you. I see you, man. Shout out to you. Yeah.
Fire. 22 minutes past 11 and 4 hours into
Hey,
the stream, man.
Khaled.
It's Vrydag, man. That's what Vrydag comes with right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, man. But yeah, with that being said, man, it was really nice to be with you, man. You know, from the past 2 days, yes, we had some challenges, but yeah, we don't stop, right?
I think we were making up for the 2 days, right? I think because I tried as well. Look, man, I was in the comment section when Banela was talking, and it was such a nostalgic thing, Mr. B.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were watching.
Yeah, I was.
You know, it was so nostalgic seeing some of the episodes and where we started and something like that. It was so crazy, man. And, you know, how Banela talks about some of these things. So I think that I don't like that episode 100 now is going to land on a Monday. It's going to land on a Monday.
Next week, Monday. If you don't have problems on Monday.
I mean, if the next week, if you don't have problems. So it would have been, yes.
So I stopped at episode 20. Because I felt
yes,
that...
you were at 20.
I felt that,
no, 30.
Yeah, I felt that there's other stories that
are in
known
between.
To me. Yeah, so you guys have stories to share.
Yes.
So I still think we need to...
reflective and
go back and share the different stories.
I think, and I was thinking about it actually last night, because, and very funny that when yesterday morning you were doing that, Wednesday night I went back to episode 2 Katlaletso and so just a couple. I ended I think at episode 31, 2, 3. And it was so funny that you did the same thing last night, you know. So what I think we should do is actually have a pre-recorded, not live, but a pre-recorded thing where we are sitting, watching, right? And we're recording ourselves reacting to what's happening.
Reminiscing.
You know? It would be so cool. And then like pause and talk about that. You remember when... And then continue watching, you know, type of thing. Yeah, I think it would be cool, man. Maybe like a Saturday, come through, chill here, nice food, enjoy drinks and stuff like that, and review the past 100 episodes. Rancho, the things that happened there, some of the conversations. I mean, Bompo Kolopan as the first guest, Thibaut as the first artist, you know. Yeah.
I think we should theme it. Like, for example, your task is to go through the episodes and come up with 3 of the funniest moments.
Oh, okay.
So that whenever we are reacting, yes, there's things that you came up with, but you are also keen on seeing what Afriberry comes up with. So the most interesting conversations, the most funniest, the most.
What stood out for you in the last 100 episodes?
Yeah. Very interesting,
very cool,
man.
Very cool.
Episode 94.
Hey.
It is in 6 to go up until we hit the 100th episode.
Crazy. Right? This one that I was watching, we were on episode 69 or 60 something. And we were like, we are 2 or 3 away from 70. And when 70 hits, we're going to be 30 away from 100. Now we're literally talking single-digit numbers. Single-digit numbers. That's just crazy, man. And it just speaks to the amount of work that we've put in over the last 6 months. And from January to like to July now, it's crazy.
Like even people watch, man. Even people when watch, like, yo, man, 100. You know, because it's not, you know, a lot of people. Because it also helps to also number your episodes.
To someone it might look like 100 episodes. You know,
Gandhi.
Yes, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot, man.
Like Manila was explaining, like the one you are like. The official, so I see episode 2 as our official first episode, because episode 1 was just going live. It was just going live. Yeah, in the afternoon, it was Friday. Let's see if it works, guys. How does it look, the angles and stuff? Remember, Africa was sitting there. They were like these, the arms that you were talking about. You know, TC was on the couch there. We were using the tablet as an extra camera and stuff, you know. But the one that stood out, like seeing Kate do the news, you know, in that episode, you know, like, you know, and TC like doing the traffic for the first time. it's just, it's funny and it's great to see and witness, man. Very nice.
There are a lot
to
of bloopers,
reminisce.
man, that we
can come up with.
Yeah, a lot, man. So those are some of the things that you're going to be looking into, man.
Yeah.
Just to celebrate, the
100.
time and the effort that we have put into this, man. It's the 4th of July, and halfway up until we say, you know what, goodbye to 2025, man. And looking to another new year. So, but to all of you, man, it's you who make it possible.
Definitely.
It's you, who always join us each and every weekdays from 7 a.m. up until 10 a.m. right here on the Vooka Breakfast Show, man, where we give you that energetic start to your day, accompanied by that daily dose of positivity. Yeah, man. We'll see you next week. All I want you to do is to enjoy your weekend. Stay safe, stay warm, and it's July. Kids are home now, and I don't know how many days.
Hey, baya skolong. Hey, 2 weeks sampai to natel ni chief. Yo. Hey, baya skolong bana ba man. Ay, yo.
Naki busy ke stakile ga di homework it's a holiday.
Hey, bana ba baya skolong.
Like I still need to cover books for
so funny,
3 and 4.
Guys, we've gotten to an age where irritated ke ba. Labantwana kanti. Ba mang elastic ba sunana like I almost posted on Facebook about it, guys. Like I'm that adult, honestly. Like adult ke motho o tenegang like
Yay! I don't understand how 2000 do this, man. Even for me right now, it's hard for me. Like my mom and my grandmother will tell you, it's hard for me to even catch me in the street holding hands. I still respect them to that point. I don't do PDA.
No, I'm asking, when you were 16, 17, 18, 19, counting up, have you kissed someone?
I did, but it was not a PDA. I didn't do that.
I think the difference
between...
between...
Would you kiss someone in public?
I have never kissed anybody in public. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do that.
I think it was different for us in our generation when we grew up.
Right?
Yeah, it was like...
No, but...
You
do it when you
Find
say
a quiet corner.
No, Bengi is fihla nami. But when I looked at
She did it,
Bengi is fihla.
But was it in public?
It was public.
That's
because
what I'm asking.
You're hiding.
Like, for example, if you've gone to Boma, Florida Lake or Bosu Lake.
No, not even next time. It's a trip. It's a Florida Zoo Lake.
More Rockville, Towaza Park.
But did you kiss someone in public?
No.
So you've always kissed umuntu
behind closed doors.
Inside closed doors.
Behind closed doors.
Like even when it's even right now I still do that. Like even right now I don't.
Now I get it.
Now we're only teenager.
As a teenager,
have you seen the sky?
You
can see the sky.
Yeah, but kumrawa room ko bone, but not ko
Always
strate.
kumraha room.
I mean, as yes, we would be as spontaneous as to say, because it looked like, hey, let's do it right here, Mfetu.
I didn't. That's the thing. Like you can even go to my hood bar. They didn't.
Indoors.
It happened indoors. Like I know it's fine and it's a bit hard to believe. Oh, Joe, you can go to my hood. They will tell you like my dating life. Wait, my dating life is so private to a point that even nobody in my hood can even show you who my baby daddy is. No, I'm just saying that throughout since primary, throughout high school.
When was your first kiss?
My first kiss was in
grade
9.
How old were you?
Grade 9.
Grade 9?
Yeah.
Oh, let's bloom away, numbers. Go to kisses.
When was your first kiss? Like, no, everybody, like a proper.
So where was it?
Where was it? Where was your first kiss?
Oh, that was at his place. He had a room outside.
Grade 9,
Yeah.
No,
No. No, it's a grade 10 now. It's like a grade 1.
Okay. Look, each to their own. I remember, not my first kiss.
If you count,
it wasn't PDA, because like I just said, I think even with smoking or bohotola, bohobamana and stuff like that, manaba no batu mo pele garona, mo pele ga batho ba tona. Nna matita ne a shembula ne re gola. There's a funny story, but Nelinja. I mean, she saw you, but just the act of, gives off respect. This friend of mine, he's older. Well, not friend. This guy was growing up. He's older than me. So I go to toilet. I was scared. Face break. So go toilet and face break. So they're in the bathroom. They're smoking. So they didn't hear the teacher walking up to the bathroom, to the toilet. So he literally just went.
Yo.
But before he puffed. So as he's pulling, the teacher walks in. So he puts the smoke, the cigarette in between the walls, right? But he hasn't released the smoke. So the teacher doesn't see the cigarette. It's there on the wall. And then there's a couple of them. So he's the one who has to exhale and release. So the teacher, hey Nina, Nenza napem, why no go quiet like toilet? Obotat, napem. So he's like, 5 minutes past me. And I'm a puff. So the friends are laughing. Yo, this is so funny, guys. Yeah. And the teacher's like serious, you know. So it was just a funny story when he shared it, man. A long time ago, man. Ruriko High School and stuff. But I think even with PDAs, me, my first kiss, quite a couple of kisses, I mean, high school. Because Naruto says I was strating, guys. You know, I was the generation of mixed primary. I was the generation of I don't know who was asking you more of public phones. You've never done a public phone. Yeah, we were that generation of Rago primary. Literally going to the public phone or phone.
On the public phone.
Please call up outside.
Please come out. Yes, the containers. Yeah, we were those. You know.
Please call I'm outside.
Please call come out. Please call come out. It was a thing, right, Bernard? Yeah, it was a thing. Palisa 1, Palisa 2, Palisa 3, Palisa class, Palisa. We were that generation, Runa, you know. So I remember my first kiss, my first proper kiss. That's why I get it like. So it's like a primary, but like a proper kiss. My one was also in high school. I think grade 8, grade 9. And it was nice. It was the sky, chief. But it was that thing of Motomotona afet. It's Lochot money, it's a hot money, sure. They see but it's not you step away just a respect thing. I almost posted about it. These kids full blown and I was shaking my head. So I've grown up to be that adult who disapproves to be a thing. But in a lighter note, you remember Mr. B on Saturday I mentioned that I will be on Friday last week I mentioned that I was going to watch Master Harold and the Boys on Sunday. It was the last show. It was starring Sello Makega Ngube, Lebogang Motaung, and Daniel. I forget who Daniel's name is. I don't know if you can check it there more quickly.
Daniel Mang.
I forget his name. Daniel something. It should be here somewhere. The thing was a three-hander. It's called a three-hander in theater. Daniel Anderson. Yeah. So it was a three-hander, Master Harold and the Boys. Yeah. So it's a play that was written in the 1980s, set in the 1950s, but being rebooted in 2025. Yeah. That's so interesting. It was amazing to watch more. And as you can see there, I'm sure you can play the video there. Because this was the last show. Afterwards, they had like a Q&A type of thing going on.
Oh, okay.
And there on the thing, you should be able to see it. Mr. B, I don't know if you can help there.
Okay, let me do this on the full screen.
But it was amazing, Mo.
Yeah.
Man, it was amazing. I went in and I emptied myself. I didn't want to have expectations because the person that I went with had watched it a couple of days.
We want the secret. Their laugh is like, yeah.
Can I just hop on the Zakes Mukai bandwagon and say that he became the first African in the world to win a Tony Award in 1982 for his role as Sam in Master Harold.
Let's take a couple of questions. Obviously, I'm managing your time as well.
Yeah, man. So it was so cool to watch and be out there. Silo. So people have been watching it since its inception. Yeah. Because it was airing and playing for about 3 weeks. And the people who had been watching it or who've watched it a couple of days say that the actors, the cast has been improving throughout. And the one on Sunday, there's a monologue that Silo does there. It's crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy. It explores so many themes of racism, hierarchy, like I was mentioning, Mr. B, you know, that a white teenage 17-year-old boy versus two grown black men who are referred to as boys.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And he's the master, because in the play he eventually says, Sam, from now on, call me Master Harold. And not Heli. Yeah, Henry's name. You know, it's crazy, man. It would be so cool for us to watch. So if it's revived again, we should make a plan to go and watch and stuff. So I was out there on Sunday, and it was very interesting, man.
We have to.
Master Harold and the boys. Yeah.
Yeah. As we also, man, are heading to the weekend, man. One of the things that I would like you guys to watch is Squid Games, the final season.
Oh.
Woo! Enjoyed it. Watched the whole season yesterday.
Really?
You know, from episode 1 to 6. Yeah, just 6 episodes.
How long is that one episode?
1 hour.
Oh, an hour. So 6 hours. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, so yeah, man. It was emotional, you know, because I think it also depicts, you know, the systems that we're living in, the government systems, you know, people being greedy and things like that, to say there are types of people that we are. And certain environments forces us to be the people that we don't want to be. You know, so you can't go in a place and start killing people because now you are being told that you need to kill people. So how do we now create an environment where we all survive without hating each other? So that is one of the things that humans are suffering from. Creating environments whereby no one is getting hurt. We all live in peace and harmony. And they did this sit down with the director in which, man, I loved it. I loved it. When now characters speak, you know, about what they experienced with the character. It's always nice when somebody says, maybe I'm Mo and my character is Harold. And when I speak about this character, I'm like, you know, Harold is this person that does this. And I was more excited to find out what is it that he was going to do when he was in a certain room, meeting this person, telling them what to do, you know. So, there was so much emotional, you know, moments that they did.
Through.
Yeah, because the last episode is labeled Humans Are, right? Humans Are. And we don't have to be treated like horses, right? So let me not do the spoiler alert. But yeah, man, if you're one of someone who is in a Squid Games, do you know Kate Blanchett?
Kate Blanchett.
Yeah. So in the final episode, they show her, you know, after this guy who was running the games, you know, they show her doing the same thing that the games, how they, you know, what do you call this?
Attract.
Yeah, when you recruit. Because
process.
they play this Japanese game called Jaki. Okay. You know, Jaki, where you just hit this paper. If it flips over, you won, right? Yeah. For us here, it's Pokemon, right? So they showed Kate right there, the last scene where he was, and it gave off that thing. Oh my goodness, are we going to have Squid Games version of the US now? You know, so interesting spin off. Yeah, the US version.
I think it would be
right
interesting.
There. Yeah.
Can I watch that movie? Batubabuleiwa, where killing people.
Purge.
Yeah, the Purge.
Yeah.
It's things like that. I think one of the themes that you mentioned that it explores.
Man.
Would people in society agree to purging? Would you? How about you? Would you? Okay, same. I would. I'm against it completely.
Why?
Completely against it. But yeah, very interesting. It sounds interesting. Look, I'm not a Squid Game fan. I don't think I would go and watch. From some of the scenes and the trailers that I've watched and stuff,
I know it's Summer 2000.
It's not really.
So, yeah, I know.
No, I don't think it's Summer 2000.
It is.
No, there's a lot of people who watch, man. There's 40-year-olds I've heard that they love
Squid Games.
Yeah, Squid Games.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's an age group.
Because one of the things that I've seen with the reviews, I've seen a lot of my
It's mostly
peers.
young people.
Yeah, it's mostly young people.
Okay, that's cool.
You know, because like they use these childhood games, you know, to say, okay, I know let's see.
But you see now
when you lose, you die.
the childhood games, the childhood games speak to the inner child in all of us, you know. So I think that's why I would say it's not necessarily like an age type of thing, an age structured or concentrated type of TV series. But yeah, man, yeah. But
So
with
much
that
to
being
explore,
said, man, yeah, we've been hanging out for quite some time. We've had very interesting conversations and shared our perspectives, our thoughts, but all in a very respectful way and in a way that is aimed at learning as much as we can, getting as much information and knowledge as we can. So with that being said, the time right about now is 20 minutes or 19 minutes before the hour, 12 o'clock, 11:41 on a Friday morning, the 4th of July, 2025. So with that being said, from myself, the one and only MOOCEE Mist, I was so excited. My name is Musi Mist, and I've been so happy and excited to have been in both your company and in your presence. And God willing, you and I can spend some quality time again on Monday morning, bright and early, between the hours of 7 and 10, where we have all-encompassing, compelling and thought-provoking conversations, and we can share our thoughts, our opinions, and everything else in between. So with that being said, stay safe, stay warm, stay cautious on those roads so that we are able to see each other once again next week. Peace. Cool stuff, man.
Yeah. And from me, Mokete Maimane, aka Max for maximum temperature. I am the son of Mother Nature. And generator. Have a very blessed weekend ahead of you. Stay safe and stay warm, man. Take care of those kids, man. Abazukulu mabeze, chakisang ditloko. Vamavagashi zukulu. Because there's this thing, man, whereby I always miss my brother's child until he's here. I'm like, yes, so what's my name? I'm like, no, it's time for you to go, my friend.
Now my brother's kids always enjoy having me around. They never want me to leave. So the second born, the boy, Shoki, he's always like, when I come and visit him, Uncle Musi, are you sleeping? Uncle Musi, are you sleeping over? I'm like,
man, it's always a good feeling.
Because he likes playing these pranks on me, and he never succeeds, but he just enjoys playing those pranks on me. But yeah, maybe I will visit this weekend. I don't know. We'll see, and then I'll come back on Monday morning as I make my way to work, man.
Yeah, man.
Hi. For me, Afriberry, also known as Miss Berry Piles, but to the Raka the Berry, the sweeter and don't don. Imnanda Mam Yama, Mam Shopilik, the Katakin put Marloka Famana Meventa, Komakatle. His song on a money.
Spread your love and hear what I'm saying now. Spread your love and hear what I'm saying now. Spread your love. Spread your love.